Destroys our generation. I don't mind. I don't mind. I don't mind. I don't mind. Looking for inspiration in my life. Looking for inspiration all the time. Looking for
Not even really sure if that worked or not, folks. So I apologize, I guess, for the follow-up, I guess, on the audios. Sound alerts don't seem to be working. I'm working on that currently. But yeah, we were here on Monday, making up one of the couple of Spline Design Studios Saturdays that we missed. Alright, so it's working out the problem here, I guess, with the sound alerts here. I'm not sure what's going on with that. Definitely saying it's offline. Clearly is not. Don't know how that's working. I missed doing the... Hold on a second. Not normally my my usual time, I guess, for streaming on the channel here on Mondays, but yeah, we out here getting this thing set up here real quick, and see how far are we into this here for a second. Oh goodness, everything's broken. Currently, let's see if we can get this lined up here real quick. Appreciate everybody's patience. Alright, we're gonna set this at I might get through this and be there. Or, I think that's right. Yeah, that should be about right. Tad bit off. It'll be alright, it'll be okay. So I felt the main focus we will do on the stream here is continuing the work that is being done with the Texas Motor Speedway for the NASCAR Racing 2003 Racing Simulation. Yeah, so how did I miss that? Whoa, did I miss that audio? That must have came on during the intro there. Holy smokes. Has it been a month already? That's crazy. Welcome on in. Yeah, so holy crap. The CNAM coming on in there. It's like, you got a PC? Nice. I'm still working out the kinks, I guess, as far as on the new system I got here. Do a PC setup, I guess, as far as now. I've been able to get the one that got fried repaired, as some may or may not know. And yeah, just been working all the details. I know it's not on my end, I guess, as far as with these audios. It's definitely probably either a Twitch thing or an OBS thing. So hopefully it tends to resolve itself. Not much I can do about it. Doesn't seem like it's as far as the sound alerts. So for anybody else that is new, I know CNAM, you haven't been in here, I guess, as far as for a little bit, for a hot minute. Some of these sound alerts, I should say, not some of them, all of them have been moved off the bot, as far as the chat bot, and onto the sound panel. So you'll see a sound panel just below the stream, as far as to, and they're still relatively all free. You just have to go to that. That's the piece that's not working for some reason. There's also channel point redemptions. You can use, if you've got channel points, as far as the little red drop that's next to where you type your message in the chat, you can use your channel points, I guess, to be able to redeem those custom fitted sound alerts, I guess, in there too. So it's kind of spread out a little bit, you know, just to kind of give people a chance, I guess, to be able to use those sound alerts, I guess, as far as you're used to, I guess, as far as with the sound alerts in the chat that were previously in the chat anyway. Yeah, so feel free to use those, I guess, at your leisure. Those are there for not only your entertainment, but also, in most cases, at my expense. It's depending on if I tend to get way off on a tangent, I guess, on a topic, and you need me to get you my attention in chat. Feel free to use those. Lady Death, welcome over. How was the concert? We got wet. I'm just gonna leave it at that. As far as, like, yeah, it was. We did not get to play, unfortunately. And a little bit upsetting, but Mother Nature had her way with the music fest there. Quite a few of the bands, I guess, that started earlier, you know, earlier on, did get a chance to play, and was really cool, I guess, to be able to catch all that action. But yeah, unfortunately, our time slot got a little wet. So yeah, that's the. There's now talks, I guess, as far as for that festival, I guess, to get moved up earlier as opposed to running it, because this seems to be a recurring situation, I guess, with having it at that very last weekend in August, where they usually try to keep it. And it's the those that put the show on, they try to do it in a fashion so that it's not stepping on people being able to do Labor Day and also 4th of July festivities and stuff like that. So they try to put it somewhere in the middle. They need to put a little bit more in the middle, I guess, as far as so there was a lot of talks about possibly bringing it to a different date, an earlier date than when it has, because it's the 5th year, I guess, for the festival, and we've always had problem with weather, and there's a lot of bands that come out from out of town, and even a couple, I guess, were out of state, and a lot of things had to get shuffled, I guess, to make sure that they got to play, as opposed to some of the locals. And yeah, that was a little bit disheartening, and that was one of us, you know, because we are relatively local, I guess, to the show. So in an effort, I guess, to allow those other bands from out of town, I guess, to be able to play, we rescinded our spot to be able to play indoors, because they had 3 stages, 2 outside, huge venue, as well as 1 indoor stage. I did tweet out, I guess, for those of you that follow me on the Twitter, I did tweet out, I guess, what some of that, what the venue looked like, just to give a sense, I guess, of how much space was in there. Very good turnout, I guess, for the most part too. So overall, had lots of fun. It just was really disheartening, I guess, as far as we had to not be able to play. That's about it. We did not get to play inside. Yeah, there were too many bands that were had priority, I guess, as far as for lack of a better way to put it, because of them being from out of town. You know, spent a lot of money, I guess, to be able to get there in the first place. It's like, you know, we want to be able to give them a time, some, you know, time on the stage to be able to, instead of just having to leave. I mean, it kind of stunk that way. So, and that's what's happened, you know, more than once, I guess, is with the 5th, even with the 5th annual version of that Music Fest. And yeah, but like I said, there's plenty of talks amongst the bands and the coordinators, I guess, of that festival, to be able to possibly bring it to an earlier date, maybe sometime after 4th of July festivities and when we normally have it, like at the end of August. So, but definitely before Labor Day weekend too. So that's still under wraps there. I'm trying to figure out, as I'm mentioning all of this, trying to figure out why the doggone sound alerts don't want to work on here. It keeps telling me it's offline, and it's so crazy because I am live, and the source is, if somebody could, you're aware of it, as far as like even the channel point redemption ones, if you do have channel points, I keep those, the prices for those sound alerts. If you could test that out for me just to see if that one's working, or even on the sound panel that's just below the stream, I'd appreciate it.
Let's get ready to rumble.
There's one. So that is working. See, what I get on my end is the fact that it's still telling me that it's offline. So the fact that, yeah, so appreciate you testing that out. So that's how that works, folks. For anybody that's coming in the stream, that is how the sound panel works. And keep in mind too that a lot of those sound alerts that are on the sound panel, both in there and the channel point redemptions, are on a cooldown, and that's just to keep the potential, I guess, of spamming it, I guess, too frequently, and also gives opportunity, I guess, for other viewers, I guess, to be able to use it as well. So that is by design, and hopefully you enjoy those. Okay. Yeah, so like, as I was saying, as far as probably the main focus of the stream here, I got lots of things I could go over, but I think the main focus that I did get some new things and some updated things with the Texas Motor Speedway track build, I guess, for NASCAR Racing 2003, and that's what I'll probably be going over. So I'll be going over that new stuff, and possibly even doing some testing in the sim itself to see how everything is working with those updated and new items. So yeah. Okay. So not a good way. Yeah, sucks. Yeah, that was the only bad thing about it, is, you know, it was kind of, in a way, I don't know if you would say it was surreal or just like a bittersweet, the fact that we were able to watch a lot of the other bands that we probably wouldn't have been able to, just with all the scramble and hustle and bustle of getting on stage, getting off stage, and so on like that. So we got to enjoy much more of the other bands that did show up. So that was the plus side. Obviously, the downer to it all was we did not get to play it at all because of. All right, so the shots and slots working. We still have those in the chat. Feel free to supplement those units of fluids as you see fit. You can always check your units of fluids, exclamation point fluids, to make sure that they are supplemented. And if not, you can have those mini chat games gets to replenish those. So you got the shot. You can exclamation point shot. You apply that in reserve. Keep in mind that's on a longer cooldown than the other ones. You can risk. That can go either way. You can lose or gain. And the slots, you can do the slots as far as for 10 units of fluid per play. Call it dime slots if you would. Slots is pretty self-explanatory. If you get the 3 emotes in a row, you get a certain amount of units of fluid. And the jackpot, the biggest jackpot you can get on the slots is the 3 Mr. Robots. So if you get the robots, all 3 robots, that's 1,000 units of fluid. That's the maximum you can get on that. Just to kind of give a quick review for anybody that might be new, just like Sanam. I appreciate everybody coming in here on a very different time for Spline Design Studios Saturday. I'm kind of keeping it. You know, I kind of rolled this idea around as far as a makeup modeling Monday type of thing. More than likely, it won't become a regular thing on the channel, but since I did have some makeups to do, as well as, you know, to include, I guess, this past Saturday, I felt that was pretty decent. It's kind of worked out, I guess, to be able to do it at this time. So usually, most of the time that I'm doing off stream on Mondays is just to catch up, I guess, with anything clips wise, any video editing I need to do, get up on the YouTube channel, things like that. Usually that's what I reserve that for that. I'll just have to do it on another day is all that comes down to. Alright, so I forgot to tweet this out. I need to let everybody know that we are here and live. Okay, good to go. Alright, so we're good with that. We already checked that out. Thank you again, Yasso, for checking out the sound alerts there. Alright. Definitely at any time if the audios are either too loud, too soft, need a little bit of adjustment, always feel free to let me know in the chat so I can adjust those accordingly. I was going to share some of the items. You know, I did take some pictures of some video. Like I said, I did tweet out some of the video footage of the venue. So if you are on Twitter, you can catch that. Eventually, I'll probably get that up on the Discord for anybody that doesn't want to see, I guess, as far as just what it was like. I guess as far as the experience, I guess that that festival was pretty fantastic for the most part, other than you know, getting a little bit wet in a bad way. So Torch coming up, getting himself that preliminary shot there. I guess as far as any was successful, 42 units of fluid to his favor. Welcome on in, Torch, and speak of the devil. Probably heard your ears probably ringing, I guess, as far as with all the talk I was mentioning about the new items and updated items to Texas Motor Speedway. First thing I want to go over, at least anyway, is the comparisons with what's new and all that before we get into testing all these items out in the simulation itself. So, as some of you that chimed in the last time we streamed, some of the items that needed some adjustment as far as some of the trackside decals and what have you, those have been redone by Torch, and I got those yesterday, and I was able to check those out, plug them into the our track edit folder, and just trying to get things to cooperate here. So I had to scramble a little bit to get these things going on here. I was able to at least check out the integrity, I guess, as far as the differences between, you know, based on the suggestions I've made, and and so on. So we're gonna make the take a look at those comparisons, I guess, you know, the way the two previous textures were as opposed to how they are now. And then size-wise, I can definitely tell as I move these things around. I can definitely tell that size-wise, a lot of these textures are reduced. They're basically cut in half, which is going to help in the long run as far as adding additional items to the track in the long run once we get this thing next to complete. So that's going to be a plus thing for sure. All right. Yeah, like you said, lady, not a good wet. Okay. I think, yeah. All right, this should be good. Let's try this. So if we go like this, let's bring this over. I like to get this thing set up here so it's not, so I kind of look like when I know what I'm doing, right? Doing two things at once can sometimes be a little bit of a jumble. One thing I did notice, and I'm going to take a closer look, and like I said, we're going to be making some comparisons here. One of the suggestions I had made, and it was just clearly that, just a suggestion. I had mentioned about possibly, I noticed some warping in this here, because this is a model for this apron here. So this whole thing here is an apron with that texture applied to it. So like from here all the way over to the other side of that. And what I do notice, I don't know if that existed previously or not, but it's very noticeable, I guess, as far as the warpage in the texture mapping. And that's one of the initial things that I noticed, I guess, as far as loading the track up here as I bring it up here for all of you to see, so you can definitely tell what I'm saying. Another thing that I did on this PTF, so that there's no confusion, I did roughly try to place the victory lane from the 2015 build. I still probably need to adjust that. I wanted to see how well it lined up with everything, to include possibly even the height of it. Because as we have compared, I guess, with the 15 build, with like the big hoss and the stands, which Torch has redone. Torch has mentioned, I guess, as far as that he is still in the progress even to finish the backstretch grandstands. So that's just to give everybody a clue, I guess, as far as what's still being worked on, what has been done, and what's still being worked on. But yeah, I did loosely place, and I know it's probably not 100% perfect, the victory lane that was from the 2015 build of the track. That should be relatively the same, so there is some adjustment I can still see that needs to be done. This is just my PTF save of the track, I guess, to play around with, just to see just where everything is lining up and what may still need to be adjusted, height-wise, you know, scale-wise, and so on. And I'm noticing on here, oh, okay, I just thought that was supposed to be trans here. That is not, okay. So you got these fences here that have the transparency into it, as far as you can see what I've been talking about, I guess, as far as the magenta bleed, as far as the way the textures are done. It's very hard to do that, especially with darker colors. As I mentioned before, it's really tough to get that bleed not to show up. And as you see a little bit of that, I guess, on this one here. And again, keeping in mind, this was done back in 2015. We're talking the better part of 6 years. So what we knew then, as compared to what we know now, is how to eliminate and reduce, I guess, the amount of magenta bleed, I guess, as far as to get that alpha channel, I guess, to present itself in the texture. This definitely gives us a clue, I guess, as far as how that went. This is by no means, I guess, to be a beat down, I guess, as far as the way we did it back then. We went with what we knew back then. As far as what we know now, we're able to, you know, correct and reduce these types of things. All right. So yeah, this is just loosely placed. I'm gonna adjust this just a little bit more. But yeah, that was the other thing too, and I'll probably be jumping all over the place, but that was one of the first things that I noticed of what has been updated since last time we showed these things. There is more of a asphalt kind of texture to this now as well. But see all this warpage that's in the texture? That's probably having to do with just the texture mapping as far as the UVs of the unwrap. Because I do notice it not only here, but also where this O'Reilly is, just a little bit. It's got a little bit of warpage in here. It's like it's kind of pinched in over here. That could probably be adjusted pretty easily. But the other thing I did initially suggest, and like I said, it was just a suggestion, but was just to make the asphalt piece one item and then put the TSDs on here. Now without going through the process myself, if it's not relatively flat down here enough to be able to put TSD to make them lie, you know, really nice there, that's one thing. So if it doesn't allow you to do that, then your other option obviously is to put the individual decals for the advertisements and the sponsors onto all one texture, and I think that's the way that still is. So, but again, that was just a suggestion, I guess, as far as the approach I would take there. It really comes down to, like I said, as far as if the geometry is flat enough and level enough to be able to do so. Yeah, and that's about the only reason why I mentioned it there too, Torch, because I mean, from what I can probably tell, without really looking at the actual wireframe, I guess, for the texture mapping of that, I would imagine some of that would probably be pretty easily adjustable. I don't know how many points are in there, I guess, as far as to that's the two things. I didn't notice anything on this side of it. Really nothing on here. This one looks pretty clear. It almost seems to, and I noticed on these pieces here too, you've got that asphalt. And again, that was another one of my suggestions, to add a little bit of asphalt grunge, I guess, to this. Looks pretty good. The only thing that I did notice was where the white is, as far as, especially on the O'Reilly, it's got a little bit of pinkish hue to it in comparison to where this white is at. So as far as being able to apply this asphalt texture, looks really good. The fact that it's got that pinkish hue to the white of the O'Reilly, it kind of takes away from it. So there might be a little bit more of a, I would anyway, you know, just the nitpickiness that I would have, I would probably tweak on that just a little bit to get to try to get rid of that, but still bring that asphalt you know, part of it up. The rest of it looks really good. Doesn't look as flat, like I mentioned previously, because as far as to not look like it belongs there, it does definitely look like it belongs there a lot more, especially with the majority of that red. We need to line up the inner white line. You talking about this one here? Yeah, I was speaking mostly of just the outline of the O'Reilly. Oh, it's got like a pinkish hue to it. I'm not sure if that's possibly the way you overlaid, you know, the layers, I guess, as far as for the asphalt to it. I can just, you know, I've dealt with this same type of issue doing my own textures, and I can probably imagine that's probably what that is. You might have to put a separate layer in there to, you know, to emphasize more the white, to bring some of that white back, but still maintain some of the asphalt attitude to it. So they might have to do a couple different sets of layers, I guess, to be able to offset that. And I noticed that's relevant not only on this one, but the one on the other end of pit road as well. Right, and that's what I figured as far as the way the overlay is applied. This here, going back to this one really quick, it almost seems like this is a little bit too upscaled with the asphalt graininess, you know, as far as the noise for the asphalt. It seems like that could be probably toned down just a bit. Just seems like it's a little bit overscaled. It almost looks more like a grass than an asphalt, the way this looks to me. And I'm sure that's probably not what you were going for. But that's the other thing that I kind of noticed. And I'm just, you know, constructive criticism, you know, as far as it definitely seems to be more of an improvement from what it was. Was this like just like a flat gray, which really made it look like it didn't fit in this spot. It definitely, even from a distance, it definitely seems like it pops more. There's not as much anti-aliasing with we're going to be looking at the texture as far as the difference between where it was from last time and what this one presents right now. The other big change are the short track. As far as the short track of the 1/8 mile or the 1/4 mile track on the front stretch here. These two pieces are in the form of an object. And again, just my first initial what I notice here, as far as there's the white line, I guess, as far as that adorns the apron, the inside of the track line. This is pretty much concealed, and this one's not. So there might be some adjustment there. Might be in the form of just bumping the F section over, or possibly just adjusting the texture. Each of these pieces here is an individual piece. You got a road A and a road B. I forget which one was which, but there's two pieces here to make that here. You know, as far as that mini track, I guess here on the front stretch. So, so that's amongst the new items. Also, all these, there was quite a few of these trackside decals as far as these event logos have been redone. And again, we're going to be going through and taking a look at the textures from a file size and how they looked previously as opposed to now. You know, but from what I initially observed looking at it from here in Sandbox, I don't see any texture bleed as far as the magenta bleed. A little bit of clipping on this deal over here yet still. That can probably be easily corrected. Same as on this one here. I think I pointed that out last time as well. This is how we make tracks that are done well. Oh, right. Exactly. You know, it's like, you know, and what I would hope for anyway it does come across, I guess, as constructive criticism. Because if I was doing this, and I know, Torch, you're doing the bulk of the workload on this thing here. So I'm just kind of like a spectator, if you will. So if it was me that was actually doing this, and I, you know, was looking at it in Sandbox here, I'd be like, nope, this needs to happen, or this needs, you know, what, and I'm just whatever my brain is telling me as far as what would need to happen. That's what I'm mentioning. So, and if that seems to be to some, I guess, to be a little bit too critical, I guess, then this type of work might not be for you. But yeah, that's the other thing that I noticed, as I mentioned, as far as the F section here. Needs to be tucked in a little bit. So that would either need to be an adjustment to the actual model piece for the road, or just that F section needs to get tucked in a little bit more. Is there any lift on this at all? Let's check that out. Let me say that. So there doesn't seem to be any lift to it. This seems to be out too far. So probably a pretty decent adjustment to this would be just simply, would be two F sections here. Yep, you could probably just scoot that F section over. That would be one option, to tuck that in underneath that, or you would have to adjust the texture and or that object for the road piece. That actually is pretty decent too, as far as how that mapping for that is there, how you're able to maintain the skew of that texture. Because in a lot of cases when you do these, this much the same as I already pointed out with this, sometimes I can get thrown out of whack. You can definitely tell, even from this angle, from a top-down perspective, that this O'Reilly here, the way the mapping's done, this whole advertisement here on that model piece where the texture mapping is pinched. In a lot of cases it's pretty easy to adjust, but it's hard to maintain, I guess, to make it look natural, so that it doesn't look so obvious that it's a textured item. So, ooh, we almost got. Just notice that you almost got a slot jackpot there. As far as the little sand face, spots getting warmed up a little bit. Yeah, but the other thing that sometimes it does become a problem with doing these types of things, you get some lift. You do necessarily notice with trackside decals a lot, and there's no way to adjust height with TSDs. Once you put them down there, it's already naturally at 0, so if the geometry is not at 0, you'd either have to lift that geometry up, or you'd have to go with the option of making a 3DO based on that geometry of the track, so that it, you know, hugs that geometry better. And that's one advantage to doing that. This shows here, if we saw much more lift, like if you could see a lot of daylight, for lack of a better way to put it, underneath this here, where this goes, this tells me all that would need to happen is you'd have to remove. Let me see how the segments work on this as far as it. Yeah, so this is a pretty big segment here. So probably the best route to go would be just to scoot this F section in all the way along this, and then you'd have to, you know, adjust it all the way along to make sure that this F section is tucked in, because you wouldn't be able to remove it entirely, because then you'd still want it here, for example. So to tuck it in where it kind of moves into this area, I guess as far as where this apron piece is, as well as this road piece, you wouldn't want that there. So these are just some initial observations that I point out. See how this is kind of nice and tucked underneath here? We just have to do the same thing. This F section here, there's a painted line here, and the way these segments are done, they're fairly large segments. You don't want to split that. If you can maintain and get away from not splitting it to adjust this area by that, then don't by all means try not to do that. Shorter segments mean more pieces that has to be rendered by the simulation, and that's a potential there, I guess, to de-optimize as far as the frame rates of it. So if you can definitely get away with not splitting a segment, stay away from doing that all possible. Keep them as long of a segment as you can, without interfering, I guess, with the integrity of the shape that you're trying to get of the actual geometry of the track. Based on the ground plane. As far as the satellite image, your background image for laying out the track. If it requires it, I guess, as far as to get a particular radius, I guess, for part of the track, definitely do what you need to, but don't try to make those segments. And we've gone over many times, and I keep mentioning it, as far as like if you go anything less than 6 meters in length for a segment, that's a danger zone, because that causes all types of problems with how the lead segment works, how the flags come out, how you get scored. I mean, it's just a plethora of things that can happen, I guess, as far as when you have your segments way too much smaller than 6 meters in length. And by in length, it would be, from the head to the tail. Track goes in this direction, so from head to tail, if it's less than 6 meters, you don't want to do that. If you can, by all means, avoid that. Not going to split any sections. Well, and that's good. I'm just saying, if it calls for it, and again, the main thing that you want to keep in mind, I guess, as far as when you do that, if you need to split a segment, I guess, to get like a radius like this exists here, by all means do that. This is more than 6 meters all the way through this thing here. So as far as the areas of the segments that actually get used, none of this, even with this radius, is less than 6 meters, and that's what you want to focus on when you do that. When you get into the areas where they're like little slivers, where they're less than 6 meters, that's where you create problems. Not only with frame rates, as far as how the track loads, but also with scoring, how the cautions come out, how all the restart stuff works. I mean, it affects a lot of things, little things like that in multiplicity. So, yeah. So the way you've got these segments in here, and I've mentioned that many times before, these are very well done. I mean, it's like you only split where you absolutely had to. To get like openings in here, the way that's done, this is perfect. I guess as far as like that, that's not too small, not super big, but it does give you some adjustment, even for this area, I guess, to be able to. And the other thing too, when you go too small in segment size, it creates more bumps in the actual racing surface, and it's going to be harder to smooth that out because of those smaller segments. So definitely, the bigger you can make the segment, the better. And like, for example, it wouldn't mean that you would have to make the segment like this here, because you had to make this this opening here. You keep it all one size. If you need to accommodate, I guess, as far as an opening in the wall, like this one is here, then by all means do that. Just keeping in mind, as far as that 6 meter deviation, you don't want to go too much smaller than that. I know I sound like a broken record when I say that, but that's the common mistake that I see a lot with a lot of track builds, especially with short tracks. They want to get all that little fine detail, I guess, as far as pit wall openings and curvature of the track and stuff like that. There are other ways to be able to accomplish that by use of 3D modeling, for example, and not just applying it all to the actual geometry as far as the the segments. So just keeping that all in mind. Ooh, there's another one you almost got. You're working your way up to it. You're missing it by one, so it kind of flip-flopped on you there. You got the 2 kappas and the sad face. You had the 2 sad face with the kappa. You kind of peek in there in the middle. That's funny. The bot's kind of toying with you, Torch. Okay. Hope everybody's enjoying their Monday. I know sometimes Mondays can be a real drag, I guess, as far as for some of us having to get back into the work mode, which I definitely had to do. I guess as far as, you know, coming off that, I took pretty much the majority of yesterday, I guess, as far as just to recover. Because I did have a few libations, let's just put it that way. I had a few adult beverages, and didn't get too crazy, but you know, I had to have a little bit of fun with it, so it was good, I guess, to be able to see that, you know, the fire. This will probably be the last live music fest to that degree that we'll have in this area for a while. Most of the places, you know, like the pubs and, you know, the indoor things, they'll more or less be to smaller venues, I guess, for lack of better way to put it. It's not that the music, you know, the indoor entertainment won't stop, but as far as outdoor activity, that was one of the last things. Lady Death. Ouch, that kind of hurts, doesn't it? It's good to know that Soundler's still working here. That definitely seemed to require, I guess, that fail. You'll get it there. Bot's he's just warming up. He's definitely just warming up. Alrighty then, so getting right back into, so the fact that I can't even see the, I got it lined up pretty well, actually, I guess, as far as the victory lane. You can see the roof right here for that 3D object. So I got it pretty darn close. It's just not 100% there. I just threw it in just before the start of things. I wanted to see where that one lining up. So far, from what I'm seeing here, that still lines up. Now, keeping in mind the way James had done this building, I guess for the 2015 build, and he had a lot of satellite imagery, I guess, to go by, so that shouldn't be so much of an issue. What really needs to be checked as far as the height of the building. We didn't have a lot of that information back then as we do now, and that would definitely need to be checked to make sure that the height of this entire structure here is precise. I can almost guarantee you the way James goes about this here, you know, to use common building procedures, you know, to use something, I guess, to get the scale, I guess, as far as the height of the fence, and then just kind of built it up from there. You know, as far as what the size of all this. It's still buried a little bit in the tractor, so I'm going to bring this up just a little bit. And as I had already mentioned, this is kind of my throwaway PTF, I guess, as far as just to put this in here to see where how everything is fitting and what would need to be adjusted. So it's kind of for my own purposes. Just by no means it's a done deal, I guess, as far as once I do this. So I'm gonna go into my list here, grab this victory lane, my items list there, and let's just see where we're at. So when I initially loaded this in here, that was some of the things that I was getting corrected, I guess, as far as prior to showing all you folks, I guess, what's going on here. When I loaded this object in here initially, it only got the bounding box. It doesn't show, you know, as far as the actual object, so I had to save it, which is common. It happens a lot of times, and nothing to get freaked out about as far as like, where's my object? You know, if you can get that bounding box, you don't get any errors when you load your object in there. Chances are it's in pretty good shape. You just have to save the PTF, close out that PTS, and reopen it, and then it should populate in here. And that's exactly what happened with this deal. So as I look at this here, I think I might need to go on the X a little bit this way. I'm going to do that like this. So I already got it at 2 meters. Let's try this way a little bit. That's a little closer. Now, I didn't go by the actual coordinates for the 15 build because the way this one's done in comparison, there's a lot more information that's available now as opposed to then. So I didn't go by that one entirely as I could have. I have that information, absolutely, but I wanted to, you know, place it based on what we've got set in here because I don't want to go by the information that we had back then. But it should still be pretty close. Pretty close. Alright, so we need to bump this thing up on the Z. So as far as, let's see what we got here. Let's go in this view. So you can see it's still a little bit buried into the ground. You can see some of it's cut off there, so I need to bump this up here on the Z a little bit. So I'm going to go a little bit at a time here so you can see how that's coming up. Let's try 1, 1.5. So these values that I'm putting in there are based on meters. So right now we're 1.5 meters up, and I'm looking to where it's going to not clip into the ground, in the ground plane. 1.7. Going up just a little bit at a time, just to see where we're at. That might be, so I had that at 2. Let's try 2. That looks like it's already too far off the ground plane. Let's take a look here. So I'm going to change the view. Nope, it's actually still clipping into it, so let's go adjust it a little bit more. Let's try the 2.5. That's way too high. So now I can see that it's definitely, there's some error in between bottom of this. Let's get a different angle here. It's how it's lifted off the ground plane. We don't want it that high. So let's go to, let's try 2.1. A little too high. Let's try 2.05. That's probably pretty close right there. Pretty close right there. Now, you can see some of the remnants of the ground plane. You can see where the victory lane actually is. I might have moved it a little bit too much on the X that way. I might need to adjust it a little bit more the other way. I'm kind of going by somewhat of the shadows too. Keeping in mind the shadows that are in the ground plane might be a little bit skewed. The way it was stitched together and such. So that can sometimes happen as well. We shall tame the bot. There you go. Yeah. Yeah, it definitely did you dirty there, Lady Death, for sure. But it was your first go at it, right? So you got to give him a little bit of time. So something that James had done, he did the Hall of Winters here. Now this is based on as of 2015 when this was done. That's what is listed on here. So I don't know if they still have that on there or what the actual if this still even looks the same. You know, as far as if they redid this structure, I don't know. It's current, but I wanted to get something here. From what I can tell, based on the ground plane image, I want to say it's probably still the same. But I think they do have some stands, some seating on either side here, or of some sort. What it looks like, this looks like seating. Kind of hard to tell from that, but just trying to get an idea, I guess, as far as words, which way this thing needs to go. So I think it needs to be centered more that way. You can see this circle here where the car usually comes into the victory lane here and kind of parks itself. It should be centered on either side of that. So not only am I looking at the way where the building sits, but I'm also looking at where this is right here as far as the checkered pattern. Alright, so let's go back this way a little bit more. Yeah, we need to probably need to go this way. So probably more like that. I'm looking at the distance between here to here and there to there. That's probably a little bit closer. Very rough placement to it, for sure. Yeah, I'm tending to what? Do they have fencing, I guess, out here now? This almost seems like this fencing is not right. This one might be fine here, but these here are probably incorrect, I want to say. It's probably fencing that goes all the way around here, and not so much here. It probably comes out more this way. So there might be some adjustment to that model. And what we'd want to do, if we tend to use this this original piece here from the 2015 build, is we'd want to use the raw 3ds file as opposed to taking this model, running that through a program like 3D SimEd and building it from there, because that's going to chop the polys up even more than what it was originally, and that's going to hurt the integrity as far as the number of vertices and polys and faces and what have you in that model, which will just de-optimize that model. So you don't want to do that. Want to use that original raw 3ds model that was created. Okay, so we're gonna leave that there, I guess, as far as, you know, and again, it's just for my own purposes. So this does have a reflection on it. It does have the reflection map on it, and this was all done by Racer James back for the 2015 build. for Spline, Safer Bear project, I should say. So he's got the sheen on it. Now he went a little bit crazier, I guess, with the gloss on it. That can definitely be toned down if necessary to match, I guess, as far as the way it was done on these here. I can't even remember now. Does this have... Oh, I see a little bit of clipping right there. Yep, so we always find some things or whatever that tend to present themselves, I guess, as far as from previous time observations. There's a little bit of here, so these might need to be snapped. These verts here for that piece of the... That's the upper section of the grandstands here. That's definitely noticeable, even from this distance. So probably as simple as just having to snap those verts together to make sure that they're closed up. And that's just past the midsection here, I guess, after the start-finish line. Just for reference. Definitely noticeable even from here. You can see it right there. And there might be other areas on that, but that's definitely one that sticks out. Okay. Track is really coming along, though, for the most part. With some minor tweaks, I guess. This looks a heck of a lot better than... I mean... That just blends in. Now, I've mentioned it before, and I'll keep mentioning it. These are two separate objects. So you got this piece here for the O'Reilly is one object. This is another object. But the fact that they overlap the way they do, and it's in compliance, you know, with the geometry of the track. So taking a model, you know, taking a chunk out of that geometry of the track in the form of a model, and being able to chunk that out and make something that's you wouldn't be able to do that with a TSD and keep it nice and flat. You'd have a lot of clipping, and it just wouldn't line up as smoothly as this one is here. I mean, this looks like one piece. There's really no way you can even tell that it's not one piece without looking at it, I guess, from the, you know, the guts of the actual track build. It looks so much better, though, like I said, as far as with a little bit more tweaking, I think, to that texture. And we're going to be taking a look at these textures that I already mentioned, as far as to see what they look like previously and what they do now. In fact, we can do that right now. I think we've gone over enough of that to... I'm going to go ahead and save this throwaway PTF of my own to put this victory lane in here. Okay, so we'll do save as. And I already saved this once, so the only thing I did was reopen it and just make those minor adjustments. So it's the only thing in this session is dealing with this victory lane. So I can use my better judgment to say I don't have a lot going on with this PTF. I can just overwrite what I initially did save. And if it breaks, then I can just start over. I only have that to deal with, not a ton of other things, I guess, in this PTF session. That's something to keep in mind, I guess, as you're doing things in these PTF sessions. You know, kind of chunk it out as far as like, okay, I only want to do TSDs, you know, the track surface decals, all these decals in here. I only want to do that in one PTF. That way, if at any point, you know, it's kind of like a disciplinary type of action. If you're doing a lot of things beyond, I guess, though, then it's going to be harder to say, you know, by only one thing screwing up. You know, you can go back to one PTF because I only did one thing in there, as opposed to like a bunch of other things. I mean, just a plethora of things. It's tougher in that regard, I guess, to throw all that work away and have to start it all over again. So keep it chunked up in a fashion that makes sense, so that it's not a ton of work in one PTF session. That's a little bit of review, I guess, as far as going into, it'll save you a lot of grief, I guess, as far as down the road too, because as you work on things and place things down, you might find that something didn't work out. So if you've only got certain things going on in a particular PTF save, you can start over to that PTF save and not have to go all the way back, I guess, as far as that, to deal with something else that's already been done. Hopefully that makes sense. Alright, so I saved that. I'm going back to geometry view. And then now what we'll do is we'll go over some of these things that are brand new. So I need to make up, I got a new, put up a new folder. So I got the 15 build in here. So the new items that Torch has given me is in this folder. I'm gonna open that up here. So these are all the new items. So I already mentioned the Road A and Road B. Those are the two flanking pieces here for the 8th mile track on the front stretch here. But showed that. That turned out pretty good. With just a little bit of adjustment on that that one edge of the racing surface is all. Not a big deal. So that's a new piece. I did take the liberty of just renaming this PTF to add the actual track name. However you feel is necessary for your purposes to name the PTFs. I still like to maintain the name of the track so I know which track it belongs to. Sometimes you might find yourself working on more than one track at a time. So if you only put, you know, so much information, I guess, in it, but that doesn't include the actual track name, you might forget which PTF that track belongs to. So that's just something I take into consideration for that. So I did take the liberty of adding the track name to what Torch had sent me there. What he initially had was just the dogleg road with the date, and that's perfect, because that at least gives you some clue. If you're only working on one track, that's still perfect, because at least you know what you did in that session. You got a little bit of a footnote, what's going on with that PTF, and when you did it. So if you've got notes, I guess, as far as like beyond that, for that PTF to know, to have a little bit more detailed list of what you did in there, then that's even better. I do that quite a bit, I guess, as far as the track goes, to have just a running list, either in a sticky note or just on a piece of paper, or even in a spreadsheet, just to say, okay, in this PTF I did all this stuff, and I try to keep it. And that helps me to keep it minimized on how much work that I'm doing in one particular PTF session. Also, something else, and this is something we'll be able to test once we check the track out in the sim, is there's Torch had taken the liberty to make a new min race and a max race. That's the two outside LPs. So not touching the race LP, that has all that information for the braking, acceleration, all that jazz, all the guts, I guess, of how the AI actually function. That was to widen out the groove itself, and also to make them race a little bit better. So that's this is the footnotes, I guess, as far as what Torch has mentioned, why he's redone those. Now I assume, Torch, you can probably elaborate on that. There's no additional adjustments to an I&I as far as the tweaks on the I&I based on these new LPs. And it's not required that you would need to do that. What you would do is you make the new LPs, see how the AI behave, how they function, and if there does need to be adjustments, then you can go ahead and do that. And we'll definitely be able to test all that. Okay, so with these LPs, there are none. So yeah, just to reiterate, as far as it, just because you make new LPs doesn't mean you have to do I&I adjustments. That's kind of, you know, to balance the scale. It's like if you make new LPs and the AI are acting erratic or not very rational, for lack of a better way to put it, then you could either make new LPs again, or just make those necessary adjustments in the I&I for the AI. So, as Torch has mentioned there, he has not, these LPs here do not require, I guess, any I&I adjustments for now. So, so the redone TSDs, this is what I've been, so these are all the ones that have been redone. These include the media apron left and right, which were the O'Reillys on the flanking ends of pit entrance and exit. Okay, so we'll go ahead and open those up, and then I'll get the ones opened up. I'll go through these like one set at a time. So we'll go to the left, and we'll open up another. This is the new one. This is the one that has been redone. And these were the previous ones. So I'm already in this folder, so I'll open. This is the previous one. So we'll open up before it was adjusted. So this is how it looked. Now let's go ahead and open this right one here right away as well. Okay, so this is how it looked previously. The new ones, I go to that folder. I got these all relatively in the same spot, so I go to this folder, new TSD, so I open the left one. This is how it looks now. So just to give you a comparison, really no change in size. Also, that adjustment to the priority, that was something that I do remember mentioning, and that's just a little slip of that. Again, I'll just re-summarize as far as like using the trying to type it in there as opposed to sliding it, as a lot of times, well, this is why that'll happen. But more than likely, as I already pointed out there, I won't beat a dead horse, but it's better to use the slider as opposed to try to type it in, because this is sometimes what it'll do is the way WinMip is with that priority, it'll just max it out automatically. So it's better to use the slider. If you can't, just use your mouse to slide it. And I'm just doing this just to demonstrate. But to set it to where you want it, use the slider as opposed to try to type it in, because what'll happen, see, I always try to keep a digit in there. See how it maxed it? I only put the 4 in there and automatically maxed it out, and that's why it's not quite as it doesn't behave as well as far as when you try to type it in. Let's put it that way. So that's the only thing I did was when I tried to zero this out. It'll try to always keep a digit. Only thing I'm typing right there is the 4, and it automatically maxes it out, and that's probably what happened originally. So if you ever run into that problem, it's better to just go and use the slider. Put it at the value that you want it at, and it's much easier that way. I see you've got this set at a 10. So I was only doing that for demonstration purposes, just to kind of show what's going on with that. So if you ever run into that problem, it's better to use the slider. That's all. So we can see that difference there, and again, you can really see that pink hue that's in that white area of the O'Reilly. That's, you know, I've already pointed that out. But you can tell, I guess, as far as the layers that are involved with how this is constructed, you can see the washed out, whitewashed. The whitewash. Whoa. What is it? Holy macro, is that Racer James coming in? 32 months. How the heck are we doing there, Racer James? Hope you're doing well. I know you've been busting your tail, I guess, as far as getting the house done, and I know it'll probably never be done as far as you have your way. Welcome on in there, Racer James. Appreciate that. 32 months. You can get some hype in the chat, I guess, for the 32 months. I know it's definitely he's been supporting the channel for way longer than that, for sure. But as far as the recorded subscriptions to the channel, say 32 months, but it's definitely been longer than that. It's probably got to be closer to, if I had to guess, it's probably closer to 40. It's probably pretty darn close to that. Maybe not quite that much, but it's probably a lot closer to that anyway. Never Ending Projects, houses. Oh yeah, you gotta love it. It's pretty cool, the progress that you've been posting on the YouTube and that, I guess, as far as, yeah, thanks for the hype. Exclamation point hype. If you got the emotes, type that. You can also do exclamation point hype in the chat if you don't have the emotes. Yeah, but it's pretty cool to see the progress of where the house came from. You kind of did like a reminiscing thing there with all the things that you've done when you first moved in up to now. It's like it's amazing, and the fact that you've done a majority of the work yourself as opposed to outsourcing it, you know, as far as to get it. Some things you obviously can't get around, I guess, as far as having it contracted. Just don't have the ability to do that. But I would have, you know, you could probably summarize it yourself, but I think you've probably done pretty close to 90% of the work yourself, I guess, between you and yeah, I think that's pretty cool. Pretty cool. DIYer in full effect. And it helps that when you know a little bit about something, and a lot of things you're going into, I've known, even as you've mentioned some of your posts, you didn't have a clue as far as what you were doing, but you still did it anyway. It's like, that's pretty cool. Alright, so am I looking at the right one? I wasn't looking at the right one, my bad. So I opened up, this is the right one, so the left one is what I was comparing here. We can see same orientation. The only difference was how that asphalt layer was applied to it, and with that a little bit more of adjustment to the outskirts, you know, as far as the white of the O'Reilly, I think that thing is going to look fantastic. A little bit more tweaking, that'd be good. So nothing really changed with the shape of that texture. Very good use of the size, you know, based on the size of that model, that piece of the model, I guess, as far as to be able to texture it that way. Pretty good. And now we want to take a look at the new apron right. You get be pretty much the same deal, but these are the redundant. So we need the new one here. This is the new one of those. and that's how that looks. So you can pretty much the same concept there. You can see how much more flat it looks on this one here, where it's a nice texture, don't get me wrong, but as far as where it's getting applied to, I guess as far as it having an asphalt area to it, adding that asphalt grunge to it definitely gives it much more attitude, it behaves to go in that area much better. So that was one of my suggestions from the previous stream. So you have tried to pay people, but no one ever shows up, or they just don't do it right, or the way you expected. All right. You just got back from buying a chainsaw because we can't get anyone to come out trim our shrubbery. Ooh. So do you use what size bushes do you got? You talking like evergreen type of bushes where they got the big limbs on them, or just the ones that can use like a pruning shears? Yeah, in fact, you got a trim. Did you get electric or was it gas powered? Just out of curiosity. I'm a huge buffer gasoline powered stuff, but some of those electric ones that are coming out now, even the cordless ones, they're incredibly powerful, and they're durable just as much as the gas powered ones. That's the only reason why I asked. I was curious. Okay, so that's that one texture there. We're gonna look at all of these just to see what was going on. So the next one up for line was the tri-oval apron. That is that piece that, yep, this one right here. So this is the new one. And we're going to take a look at the original one prior to this adjustment. Go back to this other folder. And that should be right here. And this was right here. This is the original one. Now again, no change in the size of it, right? But you can definitely see the difference of how it was a much flatter gray. Much the same as the O'Reilly apron left and right that we just went over. You can see that it has a lot more attitude, the fact that it is on asphalt. There's no pinching of that, so it's definitely based on the UV unwrap, I guess, as far as that warping that I noticed in this area and also on the O'Reilly. So that would have to be like I said, no change in the actual size of it, but you can see the differences, I guess, as far as having that grunge into it. I just think that asphalt, and I'll just reiterate, just to kind of reestablish, I guess, as far as what I said, I think this would need to get scaled down just a little bit more. It's a little too grainy for that asphalt texture, personally. I think it needs to be stepped down just a little bit. Almost seems like it's a little bit too zoomed in, for lack of a better way to put it. You got a DeWalt 20 volt. Oh, so you got cordless then. So it's electric. Nice. I can't stand gas engines these days. Needs to rebuild it. Yeah, and that's another reason why I mentioned that, as far as if you went gas powered as opposed to. I tell you, some of these, no matter what kind, the DeWalt's really good. A lot of these electric chainsaws, they're built pretty darn tough, and they don't require as much maintenance other than to change the battery every once in a while, because they do get completely discharged, for example. So that's a fair. Lady Death is heading out. She's getting her last bits of shots. Oh, missed out on a shot. You got 97 units on that. So, ooh, almost got the jackpot. Almost finished it out solid. You scolded and got to 100. There you go. There you go. Is that 3 out of 4? 3 out of 4? Am I getting that right? Am I doing my maths right? I think 2 out of 4. Okay. So 50%. That ain't bad. 50% ain't bad. Racer James tries his luck with scolding the bot. Hey, he just got scolded, man. Bot just got scolded, so he says, I don't think so, man. Lady Death already slapped me up. Yeah, definitely see you too, Lady Death. I appreciate you stopping on in there, especially on one of my off days, I guess, as far as streaming here on the channel. Just to kind of keep it in mind, this probably won't become a regular thing on the channel. This is definitely a makeup for missing some of the Spline Design Studios Saturdays. I hate, man, I have to miss those, but dadgummit, when we've got these events that are going on there are few far and in between. Sometimes you just have to. It's tough. It's a tough decision, I guess, to have to not stream. I guess I would have liked to have been able to stream what was going on. I don't think anybody would have really cared to want to watch, I guess, as far as if I would have streamed it, if it didn't rain, I mean, it didn't get wet like we did, I probably wouldn't have minded it as much. I would have tried to figure it out. It was really spotty coverage, you know, as far as signal strength. I was surprised I was able to get what I was able to tweet out, honestly, but yeah. Yes, you have a good day here as well, and keeping in mind, for anybody that doesn't know, Lady Death is like 4 hours behind. He's way over there on the west coast there, so yeah, it's very good to see her coming out on here, I guess, as far as on an off day, I guess, for the channel. So I didn't even see you, Torch. Yeah, he just kind of lingers there. He's actually, if I know Torch, he's probably taking in what I'm mentioning, what needs to be adjusted, you know, what could potentially be adjusted, at least anyway, with the track, and he's probably hot and heavy in that. I could be wrong, but if I know Torch, like I think it do, that's probably what he's doing. Yes, yes, okay. Then maybe I wasn't wrong then. Okay. Sometimes I like to be right in that fashion. Alright. Yeah, pretty decent day out too. It's like we got all this we got all the rain on Saturday, and was a little bit warm yesterday, but wasn't too bad. And today is like beautiful. I mean, it's clear. It's like I think it only got up to like 74, something like that. Very tolerable weather. It's supposed to be for the majority of the week, and that's what I'm looking forward to. I'm just gonna be chillaxing, or is that just enjoy as much of that as I can. Haven't had time to talk to you guys. I may have found a solution. 3ds Max importing of the LiDAR data. Oh, another guy found it. Yeah, I've always had a problem with that anyway. With the I don't even have my 2018. That expired. So yeah, I just took that out, and they want me to redo, I guess, my student. They're actually, here's something, I guess, for anybody that gets the student copies that Autodesk provides there. They're actually legitimately checking to see if you're enrolled to the school to which you plug in there, I guess, as far as for this, to get your student copy. So yeah, they've kind of cracked down on it a little bit. I don't know if that's for whatever reasons, I guess they do that, but yeah, just to kind of let everybody know that if you're going with that option to get the student copy, they still have it available, but they are 100% looking at to see if you're actually enrolled into the school to which you plug in. So just a fair mention. So yeah, I wasn't able to renew, I guess, the newer rendition. So the version of 2014 Max that I got, it doesn't do that LiDAR importing, unfortunately. So well, it's probably a good thing that you were able to figure out what the issue was, I guess, as far as the scaling issue, at least at Racer James. Yeah, feel free to fill everybody in that does have the option to so from what I do understand, you would have to have, and Racer James, you can elaborate on that further. You would have to have it minimum, I think, 2018 3ds Max from Autodesk to be able to use that importing of the LiDAR function. Because like I said, I know I have tried it with the 2014 version that I have, and that's not compliant. That option, I guess, with the importing the LiDAR. So yeah, let's move along with these textures too while that's being checked out there. I did notice here too, Torch, and this is probably something else. It was evident in the original texture here too. This little piece here, this actually does show up on the track. At first I thought maybe it was like a sliver of poly that was there. There's a little bit of whatever that is, and it's also evident here too. Is this little sliver there that actually does show up in the track here. Let's see if I can. That was something else I noticed when I was looking at it. That sliver actually does show up. I was probably not going to, just because. Where did I notice that? Right here. See it right there? I mean, it's just ever so minuscule, but I mean, it is, yeah. So that little sliver, as far as the texture is concerned, is right there. It actually does show up on them in there. It's very minuscule, but it's OCD gets the better of me, I guess, as far as that. Still using the cloud program. Importing the mesh from there to max 14. There are scaling options and import. Oh, okay. Yeah, you definitely have to fill us in on that. I couldn't remember, I guess, as far as what that. So using the cloud comparer, right? Is that what you meant? Yeah, eraser needed, right? So yeah, that's just a simple texture adjustment there. Gets to use the eraser on there, whatever you gotta do. But it's also, yeah, it's evident in both of these here anyway. So we're gonna move on to the next texture and go over all these textures just so we can see what's going on with it. So the next one, that's for the billboards. We don't need that. So the tri-oval apron we just did. So this one, I don't think this was. Yeah, that's the original. Yeah, that was the original. I think that one didn't change. I think that one's the same. Yeah, let me check it. Let's look at here real quick. I don't think that was one. This was really good use of size for that, as far as a 512 by 512 for that that texture, that logo. So let's go back to what's been redone, just to verify. So the redone TSDs, I don't think that was one of them. That was not. Okay, that's what I wanted to make sure. So that one was fine. So these are from previous stream. I was comparing this as far as how much dead space that you've got in the texture and if it can necessarily be stepped down to put that, make better use, I guess, of the power 2. Okay, so this one I think was one of them. Okay, so here's the original texture for that. I think this one did get resized. Alright, so let's take a look at the new one. That's the original one. So the new one. Ah, crap. That's the road. I didn't want that. My bad. That at least shows you, I guess, as far as that, those flanking pieces there. So each piece, individual piece, as far as for road A and road B, uses the same texture. It's just flipped, I guess, to the corresponding side. So that's at least shows you that texture. Again, using that transparency, that alpha color, not a TI, keeping the size of that texture down, as well as very good use of that the texture space as far as maintaining that power 2. I'm gonna go on a whim here and say this is a 2048 by 2048 based on the size of the box, the window here. Very good use. This one's probably the same thing. It's probably 2048 by 2048, and this is the original one. So we're gonna look at the new one. The new one is this one right here, and this is the new one. So it's, again, it's been cut down, I guess, as far as it just removes some of this dead space. So not only does it reduce that, you know, as far as to optimize it from that, but also the size, the overall size of this image is smaller. So this new size for these redone TSDs, whoops, I don't want to do that. I want to go this way. Let's go back into this one real quick. Leave that one open. Oh, I see what I was doing. Okay. Trying to keep these separate. So the new one ends up being for TSD O'Reilly 342 kilobytes. The original one, I think, was twice as big. So out of all these new ones here, they've been reduced in size by, you know, cut in half. So there's killing two birds with one stone, I guess, as far as making better use of the space, right? So you didn't need it to be a 2048 by 2048. I'm assuming now this is a 512 by 1020 or by 2048. At least, yeah, judging by the size here. But main takeaway from this is, if you can fit your logo without losing the detail of it, you know, as far as the integrity of it, by putting it in this format as opposed to this format, then by all means do that, because that's going to optimize that texture, how it loads into the game and such. That's definitely good use of that. Who's horse farting me? Torch was horse farting me. What was up, Torch? Oh, 1024 by 10. Okay, so just to clarify, so this is a 1024 by 1024. Okay. So now this should be a 512 by 1024. Regardless of the size of it, you can definitely see the difference between, you know, making better use of, you know, that dead space. Don't try to do this because it makes not only the overall texture bigger, but the way that has to load in the sim, it's going to have to struggle more to have to load that texture because it thinks it's a bigger texture. So it's going to take, so you just have to keep that in mind, I guess, as far as when you're making these. And this is much better use of, you know, keeping in mind with that use of the power too, and the size of your image, your texture, whatever that you're applying to it. In this case, this O'Reilly. Yeah, very good example, I guess, as far as that goes, though. Cool. Alrighty then. This comes down to the you know, so the fact that the priority has been changed just a little bit. I mentioned that last stream, I guess, as far as if you can get away with keeping it at a 4, that's good. Keeping in mind that everything that we've got on the front stretch here now, kind of know this is what we're going to have, what there's going to be. You can kind of make a judgment as far as to say, okay, if this is all that's going to be in this area, I might be able to bump that priority up just a little bit so that it doesn't, so the way the priority works, just to kind of re-summarize, you know, get a little bit of a summary. The way the priority works, it basically tells the sim as far as like how much detail is applied at different distances. So the higher priority, the more detail is going to be maintained at further distances. So if you tend to bump this up, if you max it out, it's going to be full time. It's going to be the same detail no matter where you are on the track. Just to kind of give some. So at a lower priority, it's going to kind of degrade the quality of it based on further distance. That's just to kind of give a little bit of a summary, I guess, as far as how this priority works. So you want to be really careful on how you put the priorities for those things, because it can definitely hurt frame rate. Because if you're trying to get all your textures to be maxed out as far as at full quality all the time, that may not be the best option. And it really comes down to just testing it in the track to see if all these items being at that high of a level of priority is not going to hurt frame rates, for example, as far as to create stutter and things like that. So that's that texture. Taming that bot, yep. Slap him up good. Oh, you got the robot showed up on that one there. That was funny. So the robot kind of made an appearance there. Cool. All right. So that's that one. We got some more to go through here yet. And really, I guess as I go through these, I'll kind of represent these. Now, so that texture I just showed is this centerpiece here. So you can see just how nice this looks here with the way it's applied to as a track surface decal on the track. Really blends in with the grass. You don't have any texture or any magenta bleed as far as that transparency color from any distance. It looks good, even as I zoom this out, for example. Now, I already mentioned that clipping, I guess, on these are objects. Now, from this distance, it's probably not going to matter too much, but you may or may not want to adjust, you know, the height of that, or change the integrity of the height of that object, you know, just so that doesn't do that. This is, I'm up pretty high, so it's like as far as to have a camera angle, even a blimp, the blimp is only going to be like about this level for the most part. It's not really going to be that high. So if you want to consider the blimp, would probably be like this, and there's still a little bit of clipping, so there might be some adjustment further down the road for those apron pieces there too. I'm not seeing any clipping whatsoever for anything else, which is that's saying a lot, I guess. As far even this piece here, that is a model, that's not clipping at all. But you can definitely still make out, I guess, as far as what's on a lot of these individual items. And again, it comes down to, you know, if they're smaller items, if you want to bump the size of the priority of these, you can do that. Yeah. Especially once you come to that that final, you know, as far as like this is all that's going to be in this area. If there's not going to be anything more added, I might have a little bit of wiggle room on the, you know, setting the priority on those textures for those. And it looks like, from what I've opened that previously, bumped that up from a 4 to a 10. Okay, so redone. What's the next one? We did O'Reilly. Oh, I might have skipped over some. Okay, we did apron, brake select. I might have jumped around a little bit. I think I was, because I was in the, yeah, I know why I did that. So I was looking, I was in the previous ones there. So this one is redone. What was redone? Oh, just the priority on it, probably. As far as the size of it, it was still the same. So you might have just bumped up the priority. So again, it comes back to that priority I was speaking of. So it just bumped that up a little bit. It was probably originally a 4. Now it got me curious again. I gotta go back to the original one. So the size of it didn't get changed at all. Probably just the priority. Let's take a look at that again real quick. So this bariatric, yeah. So size of it is still the same. Probably 512 by 512. Priority 4, now it's a priority 10. So it's been bumped up just a little bit. That's pretty good use, I guess, of using that priority. You know, taking in, you know, wiggling it in there a little bit because you know what you've got to work with on the front stretch there. You can probably bump it up, but it's not maxed. So it'll give a little bit more clarity, and just as I've shown as far as zooming out on that, as far as how it looks, I guess, from different distances as well. Oh, we almost got it. Racer James. Oh goodness. So, you know, those would be the times that if I was doing it, and the bot did that to me as far as on the slots there, I'd be scolding that. That would be me though. Tease me like that. Anyway, so that goes to show. So the way some of these textures have been redone just involve adjusting the priority to it. Okay, so now we want to look at the next new one. So I did skip over this one here. So this brake select, I think this was a smaller one. Yeah. So this one, probably the same thing. I think this is a priority. Let me check on, this is the new one. So the original one, before the adjustments, let's look at this one. That was, that's not in this folder, okay. Might be in that other folder I have. That one is this one. This is the original. Perfect one. Okay, another perfect one. So much better use of the size, you know, maintaining that power 2. So making it much smaller. So not only changing the size, the overall size of it, file size of it, not as much dead space anymore. That's totally going to optimize this one here. So it was originally at a 4, it's now at a 10. Just keeping those consistent with all the other ones that we looked at that are updated. So let's look at the size of this file size-wise. So this brake select, the original deal. So right now it sits at 86 kilobytes. I'd imagine that was at least twice as big previously, if not bigger. So the original, gotta go back this way. That should be this is the original one. So the original was 684. That's a huge difference. Huge. And that's all because of that dead space. So not only did you make the overall texture smaller, it's been optimized now so that it's making better use of that spacing for that. That is huge. So 684, we're talking a little over half a megabyte. Now it doesn't seem like a lot, but everything in multiplicity, that's what you gotta think. Because you've got several different textures that are in this area, the smaller you can make it, the better. As far as to optimize, I guess, as far as how all that information, textures-wise, loads these different areas. So let's go back to WinMap. This is huge. This is now only 86 kilobytes. This was originally 684, which, like I said, is a little bit more than a half a megabyte. You can tell that was done. He kept this area here for the actual logo the same size. Just more or less made better use as far as, okay, which power 2 can I put this in to where it's not a lot of dead space. Another good example of that. Not only from a file size perspective, but also look at it this way. If you're getting a lot of this like that, chances are you're not doing it right. Alright, so let's take a look at the next one. That was the brake select. So the next one we have, I'm gonna go back to the redone. So we did the brake select. That one's in here. redone. So the next one, we already looked at that one, the gander. So this has been redone. I'm assuming this is probably only priority. This was pretty good use of, from what I can remember, I guess, as far as, so this one might only be just the priority. We'll take a look at that one. So that is the new one. So the original TSD gander. I'm going back and forth in here, but I've got a lot of stuff. So that was the gander. Where's that one at? Not this folder. Oh, wait. Yep, here it is. So here's the original one. Oh, okay, so it has been resized. My bad. Again, another example of good use of removing as much dead space as you can. So reducing that. This was probably originally a 1024 by 1024. Now it's 512 by 1024. And also, this one, the priority did not get adjusted on it. And see, you can, you know, this is not necessarily a bad thing. Just because you've got a majority of your other textures at one priority, you don't have to put them all there. To balance that out, you know, to have others not have a as high a priority as the others, nothing wrong with that. You can definitely balance that out by spreading out that priority, I guess, across, because you do have a lot of textures that are in just this one area. So by bouncing it back and forth, as far as, say, put this one at a 4, this one at a 10, it'll help balance that out as far as like how the frame rates and everything, how those different textures will load from different distances going in and out of that area. So it doesn't necessarily mean, you know, just to clarify, you don't have to have all those textures at the same priority. Because you have the adjustability in each texture individually, it gives you that wiggle room, I guess, as far as to say I can put this one at a higher priority than another one. So yeah, another good example, I guess, as far as changing and, you know, getting rid of some of that dead space. So that was the gander one. Okay. And again, if we look at how this looks in the track, let's just zoom in on that. The gander one is right over here. This is for the truck series from NASCAR. This is that texture that we just looked at there. So you can see being at a priority of 4 from different distances there. You don't have any magenta bleed, I guess, as far as for the transparency. That's one of the things I always look at there to see if that occurs. Whether or not it gets blurry from different distances, that's something else to take into consideration, and possibly adjust that priority if need be. Okay, moving on to the next one. So our next one we got, as far as the redone, we'll go back to our redone. Like I said, I know I'm bouncing back and forth, but there's a method to the madness here. So we already looked at this one. So the precision. There's this one. This one's been put at a 10. This is the new one. The original one. Back to that one. I've got 2 folders that have these check surface decals in them. So yep, here's the original. Another good example, I guess, of utilizing, you know, getting rid of some of that dead space. So put it at a priority 10, as well as got rid of a lot of that dead space. The only thing I noticed with this one here, and it's, you know, whether you adjust it or not, it's probably not going to be a big deal. I do notice it's kind of off center from top to bottom. That's the only thing. Other than that, the overall size of it is still the same size as the original. The only thing that's been different is change that template, that, you know, that power 2, which it resides in. Only difference, which would have required too, by doing that, it would definitely require to apply different dimensions to the TSD. Let's go into that view just to kind of clarify this. So when you change the size of the TSD like you do like that, to better optimize, I guess, the texture itself, so the precision one is right here, you would have to go back into here and reapply it because of the new dimensions for it. So when that dead space gets removed, you would have to redo the length and width, I guess, as far as to accommodate that change in size of the actual texture. So when you put the texture, and again, just to clarify, so it's normal when you change the size of that texture, when you come in here and open up that PTF that has that texture applied to that area, it's going to be squished. Either squished and or stretched, depending on what the length and width is set to. And that's normal. That means you would because of that new texture size for that texture that you're applying to that, and you have the ability to adjust it this way, you would have to adjust it based on the track surface decal properties. That's a normal thing. Just in case anybody was wondering. Oh, there's another. I keep seeing out of the corner of my eye. Y'all are just missing it by one emote for the slots. I haven't seen anybody get a jackpot yet, but I think it's lurking. It's looming. It's gonna happen. I guarantee it. All right, so that's the precision one. So that's another good example. So we're moving right along. So it also got the priority adjusted to it. So the next one out of the redone, go back to the redone TSDs. We had quite a few of them actually here. So the redone TSDs, we did the precision. Now we got this TSD Super Start. Okay, so there's this one. This is the new one. Okay, so the original one. Find that original one, which is probably this one. Super Start. So here's the original one. Yeah. Another good example. Now, again, I noticed the priority was left the same, and that's, you know, nothing wrong with that. It's, again, it's all a matter of balancing them out. So not having them all at the same priority, you know, but to balance them out, to have some at 4, some at 10, maybe some a little bit higher, a little bit less, just to kind of spread out, you know, so that the sim doesn't basically try to poop itself, I guess, as far as like trying to load all these textures up at the same priority constantly. Yeah, so that's another good example, I guess, as far as removing a lot of the dead space. So not only does it take better use of the Power 2, but it reduces the file size, the overall file size. So this one originally for the Super Start, so the new one happens to be 342 kilobytes, so the original one was probably 684. Yep, so you've cut that in half. That's, you know, and again, it may not seem like a lot, but again, in multiplicity, because you've got more stuff to add down the road, I guess, as far as these types of things, based on objects and textures that go with it, you want to keep these as reduced as much as possible. It all comes down to anything in multiplicity. You've got things like, for example, you've got potential truck haulers to put in the infield. There's garages that still need to go in that'll require a texture. All these things that you need to keep in mind, as far as like, I need that much more room, I guess, to be able to apply these other details to the track potentially. So keeping these as downsized as possible, and there's no detail loss. That's probably the other takeaway from it. There's no detail loss in this by doing that at all. So we're going to take a look at this one in the track. So Super Start, it's right over here. Whoop. Right here. My bad. So there's the Super Start, and this is based on the adjusted texture. And from different distance here, you can see the clarity in it from different distances. So if you know, blimp is going around, the blimp would probably be about this high, for example, going around, checking that out. As you go around the track, or if there's a camera panning that, you can take a look at all these things. Yeah. Looking good so far. I'm liking what I see. So that's another example. Alright, so now, what do we got next? Next one in the list, going right down, we're going to go through all these. The new ones, we'll go back to redone. So 28 folder, redone. So we looked at the Super Start. Now we're on the Vancouver. That's the 350, so that's the new one. And let's take a look at the original one. Now, you know, I'm hoping that this does give a lot of clarity, I guess, as far as the importance of... Whoops, did I not pick one? Oh, I didn't pick it, that's why. So it's not in this folder, it's in the other folder, okay. One second, so one it's be in this folder. Vancouver, there we go. So here's the original. And again, another perfect example. This has been put at a 10 in comparison to a 4. And really, you know, if you were to overlay these, the actual image itself, as far as the logo itself, is still the same size. The only thing you're doing is putting it into a much more optimal space using that power of 2. So this one's probably a 512 by 1024 as opposed to a 1024 by 1024, and having all that dead space. And this is probably another example, yet again, I guess, as far as the overall file size of this. So the original Vancouver, let's go back one level here, in the 820, going back to last stream. Yep, so the original one was 684, and the new one is going to be probably half as big. Yep, half as big. So another example of that. So the last one we got to go over is the Xfinity logo as far as the redone. Let's take a look at that. I didn't think that one had any issue, but we're going to take a look at it. So we got, we'll open up the original one here. That should be 821. So the original Xfinity was this size. Okay, so the new one should be the last one of these we need to go through. So the redone Xfinity is this size. And again, the fact that it's not, so what I've noticed, I guess, is on all the series logos, you've maintained them, I guess, as a priority of 4. All the other ones are at a priority of 10. So to me, there's really a nice balance between some of them being at 4, some of them at 10, so they're not all the same. You know, so there's some of them that you don't necessarily need to have as much clarity into it from, you know, from the different distances. So no problem, Torch. Be right here when you get back. So that was the last one to go over, and that was another very good example, I guess, as far as making better use of the power 2, getting rid of some of that dead space, and the overall file size. So that's going to load much more optimally in the track as we continue to add more items to the track as we move forward. Okay, that was the last one to go over. I think it's as far as the redone TSDs. So yeah, there's still a couple of adjustments to make on a couple of them. I think mainly the apron left and right, as far as I mentioned, that pinkish hue that's in the O'Reilly, you know, the boundary of the what do you call it? Anyway, yeah, so that needs a little bit of adjustment to the texture itself. That's probably about it. And then possibly an adjustment to, let's go back to geometry view here, to this F section here. I guess to kind of tuck that in between these road pieces here and the apron object. Very minor adjustments, really. Nothing really super major. Yeah, so other than my just playing around with getting a placeholder in here for the victory lane, and Race James, if you're still hanging out here, what I did was just to place this in here to see just how this fits in. This is from the original 2015 build, and just by very primitively, you know, getting this placed in here, still looks like it's legit as far as the size of it. All this that we can see here is the shadow from the building, such like that. What it does seem like they do have, there's some seating areas for like fans or whatever too, and then the car actually goes in the checkered area there like that. The only thing that I'd mention, just like we had witnessed with the big Haas, the only thing that needed to be adjusted was the height. So based on all the 2015 items, there might be some adjustment to the height of this. I don't know. So what we would have to do, and I could do that, I could probably go through that just to see. We could load this model, excuse me, and see how this lines up with the LiDAR, and you know, just to see where it's at, to see if they're done. I would assume it's probably going to be pretty darn close, much the same as the big Haas was. Is knowing the way you went about this to put this figure the height of this, you know, as far as like the fencing, I went over that earlier. I think we got it pretty darn close. It's got to be within a foot or so, at least. It's probably pretty doggone precise. Right, and that's what I had mentioned. I guess as far as back in 2015, we didn't have the information that we do now for this build as far as the height for things. So what we have noticed so far, like again with this big hoss, the score tower is probably another example at the end of pit road. That was another example. The fact that that was way too high for the 15 build. And again, having that LiDAR data, it brings it all into perspective now, I guess, as far as where it actually needed to be. But I know the approach you take, and James, I guess, as far as to use common building practices, I guess is what I think about. So the way gates and things like that would be done are based on, you know, common building practices. So this is probably, if I had to guess, probably based on an 8-foot height. So that's something you can use to gauge as far as how everything else is sized. You know, as far as people being able to stand up here, if there were people actually standing up in this rail area on the building itself, you would be able to say, okay, if somebody's 6 foot high, you know, this thing is standard like 36 inches or 3 feet, that type of thing. You know, common building practices will get you, I guess, pretty doggone close. But to be able to pair that up with the LiDAR information that we have, that will just solidify, I guess, as far as, you know, that accurateness, as far as the precision of it. The import options, I'm guessing with OBJ on Max 14. Oh, okay, cool. So there's OBJ from Cloud Compare gets to. Oh, you got a photo here. Let me see what you got. You know, just let me do that. I guess it will. Oh, okay. So you got this up on your own photos. Okay. So these are the options. This is what. So this is in Max. So importing the OBJ. That's pretty cool. Did you just whip this up? Did you just do this just now? Holy shit. Or is this something else that's nice? So this is some pretty good information here. We'll have to I might have to save that for my own purposes here. So this gives some information on how you'd want to import the OBJ from Cloud Compare. So this, you can see the name of this. This is just a random place, I'm imagining it's as far as in Tennessee, looks like. And it's just giving you that what you'd have to set it to for the OBJ import options for 3ds Max 14. That's exactly what I've got. So you were told to try 0.01, but in my test this resulted in a mesh way too small. Experience when I needed to find the correct value. Okay. Where does the 0.10 current unit, where does that value go? I guess that's where I'm confused. Uncheck that box for convert the OBJ scale. So if I'm looking at this wrong and this is already grayed out, is that where that's supposed to go? Oh, Bristol. Okay. So uncheck convert units. Oh, uncheck convert units. Okay. And you can input. Okay, so you're saying, okay, so that's where that comes into play. Yeah, I could see that would probably be way too small. It does. That value seems like it would be way too small. Okay. Okay. Yeah. So that's good information. I'm going to save this. I'm putting that on my own. Can I do that? Oh, it's just an old. Oh, that's a bummer. Definitely gonna hold on to that one, that's for sure. Here, I'm gonna do it this way. Give me a second. I'm gonna do it this way. Better to have it in one place than one, right? I'm gonna do it that way real quick. And do a copy. I need to go into my paint program anyway. Stealing that. So for anybody else that wants to get that, yeah, feel free. I guess as far as he's got the link in there, so. Alright, so let's do this. All I did was just snip it. Snipping tool is my friend. So, yeah, I needed to go into my paint program anyway. So let's load this up. Put that in there for safekeeping. good information there though. So Racer James, like he had mentioned, he's done some research on how you apply the OBJ file format from Cloud Compare into Max 14. So I'll probably have to try that out there, I guess, as far as to see. Yeah, so just like Racer James mentioned, this is Bristol. This is Bristol area, so Tennessee Eastern. Pretty cool. All right, I'll keep that open there for a second. Alrighty then. Hill Lanes. Cool. Alright, so just getting back to it. So I might have to try. Yeah, that was the only thing I wanted to get into. Is I wanted to take this model, and whether it needs to be. The only thing I wanted to check to see how well it lines up with the LiDAR. Be able to put this object and put it into place where the LiDAR is in our max scene, and actually see how it pairs up. That's something else I want to go over with this model. So what I'm going to do, just for the sake of it, it's not the absolute way you want to go about it, but I would just make a 3DS of this based on 3D SimEd, just so I can plug it in there just to see what the height of it is. As far as if it needs any adjustments, we would definitely need to have that original raw 3DS file to make the proper adjustments to that original model in 3DS format. Do not want to use the model that you create based on 3DS format from 3D SimEd if you have that. Keep that very, very, very much aware. Okay, so with that being said, that's what I want to do. I want to take this model here for the victory lane. We've gone over everything else as far as what was. So, oh, one thing I did miss. The billboards. Okay, so, yeah. Got a little bit ahead of myself there. So, as most of you might know that caught last stream, I did make the comment and even the suggestion to adjust how the billboards were textured. Because it was a two-sided deal on both the front and back, the track-facing side and this side. So the way it was originally, you had, for example, the O'Reilly on this side here where it's now gray. So now the fact that that's not that way anymore, it kind of gives more depth to it, I guess, as far as to not have that same texture, I guess, applied there. So that's just a matter of changing the unwrapping, I guess, as far as where that area is mapped to the texture. The texture itself did not change, just the model for that as far as where it's textured, based on the texture, and it looks much better. That's the same thing with all these billboards now. You have this grayish white, I guess, on the back side of those, as opposed to having that same the repeating signage, I guess, on the. Yeah, so that's the same thing all the way through. So even these ones here on the back stretch, I noticed that as well. Yeah, I think it turned out pretty good. Torch is just, yeah, he's taking all of our tutelage, I guess, very proactively. Yep, so same thing with this one. It had the black on the side. This one probably wasn't as bad and wasn't as noticeable, depending on what's the subject matter, I guess, on the side that actually has the advertising. But it definitely makes a difference. It changes the depth of it so much more. I mean, you can definitely tell it's got two billboards on either side of the structure. And that's really what you want to be able to showcase there. So they really changed the design of this one here. James, I know he remembers. I went over this last stream, James, I guess, as far as how the way they did the 3D bottleneck for the Coke bottle, and the challenge that was back then, I guess, as far as to get it to do that. I was showing that last week, but the fact that they've definitely changed the design of that billboard altogether. It's very simplified now. The Torch came back, gave himself a shot. You're gonna get that slots here. It's coming. That bot's just like teasing you. Keeps getting you that one emote off. Yeah, so all these billboards, just gonna continue to go through these billboards. So the same thing with the ones on here on the turns 3 and 4 end of the track. Yeah, I can definitely feel it too. What do you got here? Oh yeah, that link, if you missed it, Torch, it's putting that photo out there. So that's the OBJ import options for 3ds Max 14. I saved it myself too. But yeah, if you want to grab that link and check out what the import options for the OBJ in 3ds Max 14. So that's OBJ from Cloud Compare for the LiDAR information. Yep, so here's the billboards for this end of the track. Much the same as we saw on the other end. Looks so good. So good, so nice. The one thing also that I mentioned, I think it's you know, there's still some minor tweaks, I guess, to these, the skewing of the textures. This still here, I still feel it needs to be adjusted. As far as to get these lines here, so it kind of all blends in there. It's a really hard tell there. For that transition there. And that's, you know, you can either adjust it by moving the F section or just adjusting the skew on it. Some of that, depending on the angle of it and the way the segments actually line up, sometimes it's going to be a pain in the butt. Yeah, that's something else that still needs to be adjusted. And I'm going to keep pointing that out until it gets adjusted. Because it's OCD gets the better of it, you know. This first thing you did. Well, what was the first thing you did? Oh, the skewing. So this is already adjusted then? This is what you're saying? You've already got it adjusted? This one here is based on your PTF that you most recently sent. I do have this victory lane applied to this one here, but yeah. Oh, the link. Oh, you got the, okay, gotcha. 10-4. Yeah, that's very good. That's pretty useful information. I'll be probably checking that out myself. I haven't been into the Cloud Compare. I'm a little rusty at that, as far as navigating through there, as far as how to chunk out, I guess, what area of the LiDAR information that you get. I know before too. Yeah, Racer James, I think I did message you about it too. I was having, I don't know if it was just a problem with the USGS site at the time, but from what I've found, the way that you search for items in there now is different. So the video that was done back however long ago seems to not comply with the way the USGS site works now for acquiring the information that you're looking for, as far as the queries for I forget how they listed in there as far as what areas are scanned and whatnot. That seems to be changed now. I know I had messaged you about it. I don't know if you got a chance, I guess, to check that out to see what I was talking about. But yeah, I was having a problem being able to get an area I was looking for. I can't remember what area it was now, but it didn't have the same search options as it did before. Yeah, so Torch, I know one of the other things that, yeah, so this is misskewed here too. One of the other things that I was talking to Torch about was eventually, somewhere down the road here, I have to start getting the decals onto the, you know, as far as the advertisements and such on the outside walls, to include these medallions for the SMI logo. I don't know if I mentioned this or not to you, Torch. I don't think these things are double-sided on these interior walls. I could be wrong. I know they're not on the outside walls, so I think it's just a it doesn't have this on the back side of these, so it's just white or whatever it is, I guess, on this side of it. So that would probably be the only thing that need to be changed. Now these are 3D modeled walls, just to kind of clarify too. These walls here are all 3D modeled. They're not geometric, so these are probably a little bit easier to do because every bit of this in the interior walls is all 3D modeled. The foam, the safer, as well as that concrete wall. Uh-oh. Stream's crapping out. Don't do that. Oh my goodness, I am dropping frames like crazy. I know you can probably hear audio. Why you do this to me? Come back. I'm gonna let this thing chill out here for a bit. I am dropping frames like crazy. Holy mackerel. Hold on a second. Dadgummit. Don't you dare crap out at me. Hopefully you can all hear the audio still. I know the stream's probably junk. Good grief. Come on, man. I'm gonna give it a second. Here, let me switch this over here real quick. Ah. Oh, that's terrible. Terrible. Let me close that. I don't think I got too much up here. Yeah, bitrate is stupid. So that's definitely a Twitch thing. I'm gonna give it a little bit to settle down. You got video? Okay. Yeah, my end it was just tanking terribly. So I'm gonna give it a minute or two just to kind of settle down a little bit. Hopefully it does settle down. Seems to be. Yep, that's why I'm gonna give it. I think it's back. Yeah, I'm gonna give it just a bit. Here, let me refresh. I don't know when it actually, I just happened to look over there and everything was red. That was not good. I think it's better now. Okay. Alright, I think we're good now. If everybody can hear me and see the video, type something in the chat. Whatever. Use an emote, type a 1, whatever you want to do, but just to kind of let me know that it's still out there. I don't want anybody to miss anything. Seems okay now? Okay, that's good. Alright, so Racer James confirmed. Torch is already confirmed. No, it was definitely on my end, Torch. Both the stream dashboard and my OBS was... Well, it was picking up what was going on in the stream dashboard, the Twitch stream dashboard. OBS was picking that up, and yeah, everything was red. It's like, holy crap. I dropped 3,200 frames. Holy crap. Yowza. Okay. I think we're back, though. Sound alerts are working. Torch is checking those out. You're like, don't be taking away my sound alerts, damn it. Yep. Alright. Alright, so hopefully we're back now. So, okay, what was I doing there? I forgot where I left off there before I saw that going on. Yeah, so that information about the import options for OBJ, I went over that. And also... someone remind me, I guess, as far as where I stopped. I was freaking out there, I guess, for a little bit. So, we've gone over pretty much everything that's brand new to the track. I guess that's... So the new billboards, the only thing that was adjusted on that was just the object itself. The texture was maintained the same. Showed off the road A and B, which is basically what makes up the... whoops, I gotta bring this back over. My bad. Sorry about that. So we've gone over pretty much everything that's brand new as far as either adjusted or brand new. The only thing that was really 100% brand new was these road pieces that make up the 8th mile track and the front stretch. That's the very newest thing, and went over all the TSDs that have been redone and made those comparisons, as well as the new billboard objects, you know, as far as to change the texture mapping for the front and back sides, I guess, of all that. So that is all what's been updated and or new to the track. So, and hopefully I've shown enough of that, I guess, as far as going on. Yeah, I was also mentioning it as far as being able to apply the medallion. This is all 3D modeled in the interior here, I guess, as far as the concrete wall, the foam, and the safer. All this is all 3D modeled. In comparison to the outside wall, which is a combination of geometric wall, you know, W sections, and modeled. So the fact that somewhere along the lines, this will have to get applied to the outside wall as far as these types of items. That's going to be a little bit of a task, I guess, to get those in here. Well, also the other thing I was mentioning, if you missed it, I'm just going to kind of quickly go back over that. I don't believe, from what I've seen in pictures, that there is It doesn't have the this on the back side of that medallion. It's just white, or it's just a solid color. So that's just something else, I guess, to consider, I guess, as far as how that's done, possibly. Yeah, looking at the wall medallions, etc. Right. So that's just to go over, once again, I guess, as far as what I was talking about there. Right. So that's, again, just the fine-tuning. I think the only reason why I mentioned that is if you do consider, I guess, to start working on the, you know, applying that aspect, I guess, to the outside wall, I would adjust that first. That way, when you bring that over, it's one less thing you got to do, I guess, as far as once you bring that over. That's just something I think ahead of time, I guess, as far as fixing what needs to be fixed, I guess, prior to having that applied. Okay. One of the other things I did talk with you towards too, I guess, as far as we came to the conclusion that the track condition light that they even used back in 2015 is still the same today. So that's something else that could probably be considered to apply to the track. Right, so that could be easily acquired from the 2015 build. So if I go back to that while I say that, so the 2015 build, I've got it in here. Where did I put that? Right here. And that track condition light, just gotta remember what I call it. So the C-light fence, that should be the individual LED lights. Did we ever come to the conclusion that they do or don't have those anymore? I can't remember what we had said as far as if they still have those evident on the front stretch fence. Or those LED lights. They don't anymore. I wonder why they got rid of those. Out of curiosity. Not sure. So yeah, the caution light that they got, and that's all it is it's only for caution. They don't have a green status. You know, for track condition light. It's just the caution. It seems to be evident on other tracks too. Like I believe Dover's the same way. So there's a lack of consistency, I guess, even with the SMI tracks, because I know, like, for example, Bristol, which is an SMI track as well, has the Whalen track condition lights. They have a version of the track condition light which shows both yellow track condition as far as under caution and green. So the fact that Texas is still using the old school, and I'm going to open this up here real quick in 3D SimEd. So this is the object that they use. And that's all it is. And I don't even think this one, I know on this model, I should say, this deal up in here doesn't it doesn't work. It just stays static. The only thing that works is these just alternate up and down. So this is something that could be applied to the track. And that's easily acquirable from the 15 build, just as it is. So the textures that go with that should be just this, and let's open this up in Notepad. That's all we can look to see what textures are applied to the object, and we'll just search for MIP. A little bit of review. C-light MIP. Yep, that's the only thing that's applied to it. C-light MIP, and it's got different states in there. That's why it's got different, and also for being off, blinking, and then you know, blinking in either state. That's why there's probably those 3 instances of that in there. Okay. And it all goes back to how this model was created. So it had to use 3 different pass files to do the different frames. You know, one for being on the top, one on the bottom, and then one that's no lights at all. That would be why it has the 3 different instances of that texture. So all it needs is this, and where the heck is the C-light fence? Go right here. So these 2 items right here is all you need for that. This one here and that one right there. And just to show what that texture looks like for that object, let's go into that. Just a humor. Shoot, what did I do? There. I'll go here. 15 build and open up the sea light. This is the texture that goes on it. It's the only thing it's got, and this is why it's got the three. So like I said, 3 different pass files would have had to been created as far as the script this. One that has it in this state, one in this state, and one that's off. So it's using the one texture in 3 separate pass files compiled into one object to get it to show different things, you know, the different state of that light based on the separate frames. Maintenance cost probably, man, it could be. Just double checking it again. I think I had you do that before, but yeah, it could very well be, you know, just maintenance costs. Maybe there was too many people climbing the fence, or just, you know, screwing around with them too much, because I think they are on the they were, at least anyway, on the, you know, that side of the fence where the fans could get to them, I guess. Because it was more for show for the fans, right? And I think if the fans were messing them up or whatever, as far as like climbing on the fence or whatever, and just maybe, who knows? You know how rowdy some of these fans can get, that kind of stuff. All right, so I had 2 instances of WinMap 2. I'm gonna close them both. All right. Yeah, so I think we're at that stage where we could probably check and see how all these things actually work for the track. So I've already taken the liberty of moving previously all this stuff that's brand new over to our game track directory. The only thing I haven't done is this PTF. I don't think I'm going to do that. I just wanted to get a sense of yeah, I think that's something I would do on I haven't been able to go into doing any modeling whatsoever, I guess, as far as a lot of this. Torch has been doing a majority of all the heavy lifting, I guess, as far as the modeling in this. What I did want to do, like I've already mentioned, is to kind of see where this object is landing in the light as far as the LiDAR goes. So let me first get yeah, let me do this real quick. I'm gonna first move this over to Max and get Max loaded up and get our scene loaded, and then go from there. Give me just a second. Okay, I don't need that open. Close some stuff up here. Right. Yeah, so I'm just gonna take a second here to get Max loaded up, and we'll get the last scene that we had saved, I guess, based on, I think we worked on the Big Hoss and Score Tower, as I've already shown. It would be based on that scene. I'm sure there's a much more updated, but as far as everything, keeping everything static and everything in its position that it was, you don't want to move a lot of that stuff as you're applying these things. So, you know, so that's why it's important to get everything as far as the SAT image, the LiDAR lined up to that, whatever, so that you're not adjusting that. Because once you get you bring in the items in there, that's, you know, that's going to be it. If you're finding it to where you have to adjust the LiDAR even as you're still applying objects to the track, you know, there's something wrong. That should be a big clue that something's wrong, because the real world geometry, I guess, as far as, you know, having the LiDAR in place, that's not gonna change in the real world. So, all right, so we got this loaded up. Let's see if we can find our scene. It should be in our track data folder here. Let's go here. Towards this handy folder. And that should be, I just can't remember where I put it now. Oh, here we go. So the newest one I got is from the 7.9. That's been that long. Holy crap. It's almost 2 months. Well, it's crazy that this is already, we got one more day. One more day in August and it'll already be September. That's crazy. We got Labor Day weekend coming up here. Where in the heck did this year go? Alright, so yeah, I think this is the one. There's 724. Yeah, this should be the one I want to go by. So it's looking like, based on the thumbnail, one of the last things I went over was the score tower for this scene. But it does have the LiDAR into it in the position that it should be. So just give that a second to load on up. A lot of information. This thing is over a half a gig as far as the scene. Yeah, it's fine. So yeah, this is one of the last things that we went over as far as to get the score tower where it needed to be. That would probably still need to be redone, I guess, as far as the texturing to it. Again, it's just one of those things that I'll have to get fine-tuned, I guess, as far as that goes. There is that O'Reilly, that little wing in here. This is based on the ground plane. That's one of the things I've already shown in Sandbox as far as that being there. If they got the Z-Max thing here, I know that's not there yet. Something else that will probably need to get applied. Alright, so let's zoom this out. Like so. And then what I need to do, let's highlight this. I got something that's some type of pivot. And what we want to focus on is where that victory lane would be, which is right there. So when we bring in our model of that victory lane, that's where we want to place it. And I'll be able to turn on the LiDAR. Let's just get an idea here. So if we unhide the actual LiDAR, which is right here, there's the LiDAR, so it kind of shows where that's at. This is what I wanted to compare that to see how well our model for the victory lane is height-wise. Just to humor ourselves, at least, anyway. So we can see where the stands are that they have flanking, I guess, the actual building. This is where that billboard, some of the fencing and all that stuff. So some of this height data is going to be relevant. Okay. So just for now, I'm going to go ahead and hide. Oh my god, that's a lot of point cloud. And this is not even as dense as many other ones that are out there. But what we're going to do is take that victory lane object and run that through 3D SimEd. And this is not the way you want to. If it needs any adjustment beyond that, you definitely want to go by the original model. And I believe Racer James probably has that, just to, for some clarity. If you did want to go that route anyway. So the victory lane object is right here. So I'm going to open up through 3D SimEd. The only thing I want is just the raw model. I want to see how well, like I said, this lines up with the LiDAR as far as height and all that. So all I'm going to do, it's been a while since I've had to do this, so go to export, save as 3ds, and I'm going to put that, go ahead and put that right in Torches folder. Let's put it, yeah, it's fine. We'll put it right in the root of Texas 2020 build for Torches folder. And I'm just going to leave it the same name as that 3DO file. Yes, I'm going to leave that just all the same. And then close that out. Now, when I do this, let me go back here. Oh, wrong one. Back a level here. So that should be right here. So there's the 3DS that I just spit out here. So this model, what happens when you run it through 3D SimEd, all the polys basically get sliced up, if not twice, 3 times as much from the original model. And this is why you don't want to use this model to use as a basis for adjustment in 3ds Max, because the polys are already doubled, if not tripled. So it's already, by running it through this export option in 3D SimEd, it's already broken it. So you don't want to go by that. See that light you have? Looks like what they have, including light. Right. Okay. So just to verify that. Oh, I thought what you were checking out is to see if they actually had those. I think we've fully justified the fact that they don't have those LED lights anymore, as far as the ones that tidal wave across that. But I'm gonna take your word on it, I guess, as far as if they're using the same exact light. That's kind of strange, though, like I've said, as far as that they haven't updated that track condition light system, I guess, at that track. Because I know Vegas has, Bristol has, you know, they got some form of Wayland track condition light. So the fact that Texas hasn't, that's kind of interesting to me. Alright, so we need to load this 3DS into our 3DS Max, into that position right there. We shouldn't have to scale it or anything. It should already be the scale, should be fine. It's just a matter of getting it into position to where it is here. All it's going to come down to. Alright, imports. Go to Torches folder. Oh, don't be crapping. Oh, you know what? Crap, I gotta turn off the autosave. Yeah, my bad. I gotta turn off the autosave for 3ds Max because it's saving that next to a half a gig of information that's in the scene file. I don't want it to do that. Crap, I mean, I gotta give it a second. Alright, I need to turn that off before I forget. Otherwise, it's gonna keep doing that. I got it set at a, again, a 5-minute interval. What I normally do. 5-minute interval. I'm just going to shut that off for now. Okay. Have to manually save it. So yeah, that's all it was doing. They removed the LED light because it posed a problem. The rub was that if a car hit the catch fence, things on the grandstand be a projectile. Okay, so it was a safety issue. I guess I could see that. I could see that being an issue, especially if it, because I do know the fact that it was on the fan side, you know, of the fence. But yeah, as far as it being a projectile, so they took them off for safety reasons, basically. I get it. Totally makes sense. At least they're looking out for the safety of the fans. All right, so let's go ahead. Now I got that adjusted. We need to import and re-navigate here. Alright, where's storage folder? Right there. And this little bad boy right here. Okay. I want to merge it with here, but I don't want to convert the units. I want it to keep it the same. It's already in meters, but I don't want it to convert. Most chances when you're either importing or exporting, you don't want it to convert the units because especially if you already got your units of measure in their set correctly, you don't need it to do anything. A lot of cases it doesn't matter. I always like to uncheck it because I've ran into issues before. You may not have that problem. I always just make sure just to undo that. But I definitely want to make sure I'm merging in with this current scene. I don't want to completely remove everything that I've got in here and just only include just that the one object for the victory lane. That's why I want to keep it on merge. All right, so there's our object, and it's going to be zeroed out. So it's going to be like in the center of it. So I'll just be able to put the coordinates to this. I'm not worried about the texture. The only thing I'm concerned with is the height of this thing. So if it does need an adjustment, if we do find it does need adjustment based on the LiDAR information that we have, we'll need that raw 3DS and go from there to make the appropriate adjustments. Just to reiterate. Okay. Okay, so we got the pivot is right there. I'm going to drag it this way. This is one thing I wasn't able to do in Sandbox because we've got all that we do in Sandbox here. I'll just go back into object placement here just to kind of show you what I mean. So when I go to try to select, oh, now it's going to let me do it, you bugger. It wasn't letting me do it previously, I guess, as far as to select that object. So I was wanting to select everything else but. That's sometimes what'll happen. So yeah, the fact that now it's making me a liar. Sometimes you might run into that. So what I was doing earlier was just going into selecting it based on this, in order to find it in the list, and then just adjusting it manually by XYZ instead of moving it around. A lot of cases, that's what's going to work out better, is to do it this way, as opposed to trying to drag it and get it into position, because you can make it much more fine-tuning on the X, Y, and Z this way, as far as putting the values in manually, as opposed to trying to get it in position with the mouse. Because there's no way to adjust even by adjusting DPI, it's not going to give you that precision to get it where you need it to go. That's why you've got that adjustability. So that's a little bit of the primitive nature, I guess, of Sandbox. I'm wondering if I can use the same values. Sometimes you might be able to get away with that. Let's look at these values for X, Y, and Z. That's in Sandbox, and apply those same values. So we got 1.5 on the X. In fact, I could probably copy this value right into here. There's that, and then we need, oops, copy these. That's 165, so I'll copy that value. Paste. And also the Z. It doesn't even look like I need the Z. Doesn't look like it anyway. Let's see what we got though. We got 2.050. Let's see here. Something's telling me I don't need the Z. Just by looking at what's there. I think that's too high. Let's see what we have here though. Yep, that's definitely floating. Alright, so we don't need the Z. Yep, it's definitely floating. Alright, so we'll zero that back out. Whoops, my bad. Yep, so I think that's right where it needs to be right now. And I didn't realize this is up until now, looking at the model here, just how much detail is in this thing. I mean, it's still relatively low poly, right? But keeping in mind, too, I did this through 3D Simmed, so it's going to have a lot more cutting of the polys than the original model probably had. So as far as all these, let's see what we got here. All these individual polys that are in here, it won't have that. And let me check something here real quick. I need to, just a second here, give me a second. Don't think I have that on, just want to make sure. I had to adjust a lot of my hotkeys in the streaming programs. I just want to make sure. That shouldn't be a problem. Okay. Nope. Okay, cool. Alright. Before I got too crazy, I guess, with doing it, so I should be able to do an F2. Beautiful. So yeah. So you have the F2 option there, I guess, to be able to remove the highlight of the actual poly that you're selecting. And that's why it was only showing me the border of the poly, so I can go back and forth between that. So the poly is still selected, but I can go back and forth to see which poly is selected. So, oh, dang it. Racer Jam, that's the second time you missed it by one. That dirty bot, anyway. Scolded and got the 100, Torch did. that thing is being nasty on the slots, I'll tell you. Alright, so yeah, just what I was really paying attention to, I guess, as far as, look at the detail that's in this, though, I guess, as far as this little piece that hangs off these billboards here. I didn't even realize that in here. Let me check that out. That's some pretty finite detail there. So yeah, it's got this little, it sounded like a little bracket that kind of hangs over this part of the billboard for the victory lane. That's pretty sweet. Yep. Wicked. Anyway, so let's continue, I guess, to see how well this lines up with the LiDAR. Does it need to be increase, decrease, or what have you? Ain't had a drop all night, right? Oh, look at that one. Torch, another one. Missed it by one. That dirty thing, anyway. Crazy bot. Maybe he'll come around before the end of this. Before the end of it all. So yeah, I'm not worried about the texture on it, as I said. So now what we'll do again, we'll bring the LiDAR back in here and see where we're at. Let's go. I'm gonna go into my unhide Texas LiDAR. Let's see where we're at. Okay. I'm thinking it's maybe it needs to go just a tad bit higher. And that's almost the same thing that we witnessed with the Big Hoss. It was just this little bit that higher that I had to go. So here's the model that I've got, that the white or the gray, and the green represents the LiDAR. So you can kind of see there's a little bit of difference in height there. Not a whole lot though. But again, need to reiterate, as far as like if this model is going to be adjusted, you have to use that original 3DS model, not the one I created through 3D Simmed, just to be able to adjust it that way. So Alright. Pretty good. Alright, folks, I need to take a quick little break, and I will be right back, but that's the last thing I wanted to check there, so there's just a little bit of adjustment probably in this victory lane. I'm going to be right back, so don't go nowhere. Alrighty, folks, you're back. I guess apologize for that little bit of delay there, but yeah, that was the pinnacle, I guess, as far as what I wanted to see. And I think you said it right, Racer James, I guess, about it being about a foot off. That's probably about right. That is probably about right. And, you know, that's about what it came to with the Big Hoss as well. About that much off. But yeah, I can't say, excuse me, I can't say it enough about not using this, what we've got in here currently, I guess, as far as in this scene, to use that model for that, because it would have to get, I mean, you probably could, but you'd have to make sure that you remove a lot of the increased polys into it, which right now, just out of curiosity, how many polys are in this thing currently? Because you can definitely compare that to, let me hide this back, and go back into this, and in fact, just for clarity, we'll go convert this to a nebula poly. I can already see how they're like, the way all these are, yeah, the way the shading of it is all changing. That's telling me that it's broke. This model is broken. That's a huge indicator to me. Okay, let's go to polygon, select all that, and how many polys we got in this thing? 294 polys. So I'd imagine the original model probably only had less than twice as much. if I had to guess. So you would have to have that original 3DS model, I guess, to clarify that, but I'd imagine it was probably twice as less, let's put it that way. Still on the backups. Well, if you've got it, it still seems to be legit, I guess, as far as the only thing that I noticed that's different that may not have existed in 15 was they got these stands that are on the flanks of that building. So that might be something else that might want to be added to that structure, possibly. Let alone maybe do those as a separate piece. You know, there's some options there. But yeah, if you've got those in the backups there, Richard James, you can clarify. I'm not saying to do it right now, but I'd be willing to bet, because this model here that I've got currently highlighted there is based on the 3D SimEd export. It's probably going to be only like 150 polys or somewhere around that range. That's what I'm guessing. Okay. Ew, yeah. So yeah, I just wanted to check that out. So I'm not going to take the initiative, I guess, to go ahead and put that model into the sim directory. You know, the actual for the track simulation directory. This is, I'll keep it in the placement here for the editing folder, just to kind of give some clarity. I just want to show how everything is fitting into place. But also, while I got the scene open, it gives you some indication, I guess, as far as that apron piece that has been applied. And then these flanks for the 8th mile track. That's all in here. The only thing that's obviously not present is the all those individual track surface decals, all the signage. But see, this is what I was thinking of here. The fact that it's got the flag on this end and O'Reilly's here. The way, Torch, you've got it depicted in the track here, you've got the O'Reilly on either end. See, this is why I was thinking, if at any point you wanted to change that up there to put different decaling on either one, the way you've got it, you have that ability to do that now. I think that was a smart way to go. Don't forget to check out how they race with the, yeah, and that's the next thing we'll get into, I guess, as far as that's about one of the last things to go over with it. So not only to check out everything that has been redone, we've got these new added pieces to these the 8th mile track. There's still some adjustments to that obviously need to be done as far as on that F section edge, but other than that, it's in there. So that's all new from what we had previously. Billboards have been redone, and then those new LPs for sure. So we'll be able to see a different size groove, I guess, from left to right around the main racing groove, as well as to see how the AI actually behaves. So, good to go. All right, so we've checked out everything that we need to on this. I'm gonna go ahead and close this out. I just wanted to get that clarity on how much adjustment needed to be made in that model if we did decide to use that. Not this one, but I mean the original model. If we were to make any adjustments to that original model, that's what would need to be done. Cannot make that clear enough, so I'm not gonna save that. All right. Close this out. So I'm gonna close some things out here and just get ourselves set up here to go check it out on the simulation. Yeah, so the fact that I've got these two items here. So this is based on track surface decal view, and this is object view. A lot of times to get rid of that, if you want to get rid of that bounding box there, all it would require is to go back into that view and just select anywhere outside the track, get out of that. But I would have to go into each mode and deselect that out, and then takes away that. Again, just in case anybody was wondering, all that works. So I don't think I need to save anything else to this in here. The only thing I've done on this version of the PTF, based on the one that Torch originally sent me, was just to add and reposition that victory lane. Yeah. So just to make sure I do have that for me, it's going to be a throwaway, so it's not really a big deal. But I'll go ahead and save that again. Only thing that's going on with that one is adding that victory lane and the positioning of it. And we were able to apply that same XYZ as you saw in Max, I guess we did in Sandbox. That's when you know, I guess, as far as everything is lining up one-to-one. If you're having to deviate, I guess, from that same value in both Max as well as Sandbox, then you know probably something's off. That should be a huge clue, I guess, as far as something being off. Ask them what's up. Disregard that. You're talking about the AI there. That's funny. That's funny. Okay. Yeah, let me get this here. So like I already previously mentioned, I already took the liberty of applying all the new things that, as far as the billboards, the new track surface decals, and that. The only thing I won't bring over to the game track directory is the PTF with that victory lane, at least for now. I just need to get that clarity and justification for how much adjustment would have to be made to that based on the 2015 build model. Okay, shoot. What I'm going to do is just kind of mute the mic for a second here. I'm going to get the thing shifted over a little bit so I can bring the wheel over so I can want to do a race on it, right? That's what we like to do, I guess, as far as that. We haven't been able to race on it in a solid week, so it's be cool to see how this all works out. So just give me a second, mute the mic, and I'll get things adjusted here real quick, and we'll get into the sim. Okay, I think I'm pretty much set up here. Now we just got to get testing. Yep, we're good. Alrighty, yeah, it's definitely race time. I'm looking forward to this as far as being able. It's a really fun track to drive on, to be honest. Some of my cables here. I need such a better setup here. I got so many. I got a freaking tangled mess of cables. Yeah, all the LPs and everything that you sent me that was brand new is all over there. And you already made the justification for no adjustments to I&I, at least for now. So, yep. Like some of these cables. Gotta figure out a better option here for my cables, because they're all freaking tangled. Too many cables going to and fro to get, alright. Now, let's get the sim loaded up here. Before I bring that over. Okay, sim is loaded up there. Sweet. Let's do this. The wet one. Oh, horse fart? No, there's did I put one in there? I guess as far as there's a I thought I put one in there. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think I did put a one in the sound panel as opposed to... So the horse fart one is the channel point redemptions. Fern Dog coming in. How we doing there, Fern Dog? Oh, come on in here. You're just getting ready. You're just in time, I guess, for me to do some racing here. We're going to check out our track build of Texas Motor Speedway in NASCAR Racing 2003. So, yeah. Welcome in. You're just in time. Still offline. I mean, you guys were using some of them. I thought you were using some of them. Or maybe I was, oh. Maybe the ones you guys were using were the channel point redemptions. So the channel point redemptions work, but the sound panel ones don't? That's weird. That's super strange. Because they basically are all using the same extension. Just one uses channel points and one uses just... That's weird. Anyway. Now, I don't know either there, friend Doug. You know what I mean? It's you know, it's probably fair because it's... I know you usually do hang around with Big Guy and Smart Alec and stuff like that. I appreciate you coming on over here and following us. Hope you continue to enjoy it over here at Rock Nation. We have some fun here. We not only get a little bit creative, but also we like to have fun with the creations that we make in our sim. Yeah, that should be the sound panel right there. That's a sound panel one. Yeah, so the sound panel ones are working, but it was still showing you off. Was it still showing offline there? Yeah, so that's that should be a sound panel sound alert right there. That's pretty cool. So yeah, the siren, the truck horn, and all that stuff. You like to tickle the bot? Yeah, you definitely do. That one's in the channel points? Okay, I forgot which one I did for what. Dadgummit, that's so weird. I'll have to do some figuring out, I guess, as far as what's going on with that. At least the channel points ones are working, at least anyway. Might be just that panel that's on there. Might have to do something with the... I don't know. That's just weird. Because it all uses the same extension, right? It's just some are on the channel points, and some are on... I got them set to 0 bits, so... Alright, let's switch this over. Let me do a second here. That. There we go. Sims loaded up here, so we can do both testing and single race, as we've already shown. I'm going to stick with the 2003 NASCAR Winston Cup Series mod for the simulation by Splash and Go. It's still a very detailed mod, just much similar to like the Monster Energy Cup Series, the 2019 version. From what I understand, I don't want to start any buzz going on this. Apparently, there is something in the works for the new bodies for Air 2003. I'm hearing bits and pieces, I guess, as far as yeah, there is, and no, there's not. So I don't want to really start anything, but the fact that there's still content, you know, new and modernized content, tracks and mods still being created for the simulator, and the fact that it's a better part of 18 years old, that's pretty phenomenal. So I just thought I had to mention that. Broadcaster sound alert source is currently offline. Yeah, I don't know why it's doing that though. As far as on that sound panel, the channel point redemptions, as Yasso was kind enough, I guess, to present there, that uses the same extension. So the fact that that sound panel that's below the stream there is offline, I don't get that. I don't know why that is. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. So thanks for that confirmation there. Again, I don't know why that panel's offline. It shouldn't be. I don't know why it is. I'll have to look, do some more digging on that one, I guess, post fact, see what's going on with that. But if you got channel points, units of fluid that you earn in the form of channel points, I guess, next to the chat there, feel free to use those. I try to keep the channel point sound redemptions there, sound alert redemptions, I guess, reasonably priced so that it doesn't totally drain your channel points. You can feel free to use that for your own entertainment purposes, and depending on which one you use, it might be at my expense. So I think initially what I want to do, I want to go into testing mode, just to make sure the track loads in this mode, and if it does, then we can move on to going into race. As long as we don't have any issue this way, perfect. So initially here, as I got this loaded up here, let's turn off that. We can see that our yeah, just making sure the mouse is there. You can see that new texture for that pit exit. There's the same on, so we can definitely see that it has the new texture. So that's evident, and as well as those flanks for the 8th mile track on the front stretch. So we know we've got the right PTF loaded, I guess, in the game, in the sim. So we're loaded in there. Let's go to drive just to make sure it doesn't crash when we go to that. Alright, we're good there. It's perfect. So in testing mode it's working. Now let's go to race mode. Race weekend. Try that one out. We'll back out of this. Now we'll go into race weekend. Single race. And we want to make sure we have 41 cars in total for the track. So, yep, and that's been confirmed by Torch. They don't run 43 like they used to way back when. I'm going to keep it on 17 laps, 2x. We won't have to pit in that amount of time, but I'll keep it at 2x. We want a full pace lap, which will start us out. It'll basically be a rolling start, starting from pit road, coming out onto the track, and so on. Those will be able to test out the restart zone, all that stuff, which we already have. We're just making sure everything is still staying kosher in that regard. Yeah, so there's the settings for it. Just to kind of get 95% strength on that, so they're pretty strong. They're not 100%, but they're still pretty competitive. All right, go ahead and continue. Let's get the show on the road. So I'll probably try and do a qualifying run. I know I kind of really killed them, I guess, as far as last time we did this, and that was a total surprise. Yeah, so far the track is not crashing. That's good. Got cars populating in. Let's switch it to. Yeah, so we got cars populating in on pit road, as they should be. Got one coming out on the track. Let's put it in this view here for a second here, so we can just kind of see how they merge. Now, something I had already made a suggestion to you, Torch, which hasn't been done yet, and you had already mentioned to me that another oversight. We do need to adjust the max pit. You can see as this car comes out here, you can see how it gets a little too close to that inside wall, especially on the back stretch. Let's see here. This one might not do it. Yeah, see how close he gets to that inside wall? That's a little too close. When you put a little more buffer to that. So that max pit would probably have to get adjusted, especially in that area. This would be better to do the whole LP for the max pit altogether. But he merged halfway decent. In fact, I think we did notice, I can't remember which car it was. There was one that merged way late going into turn 3, so we might have to play around with that some. We had one incident where the car just came right out onto the track in the middle of turns 3. We might have to scale that back so it's further down the back stretch as far as the straightaway on the back stretch. You kind of see where this car that I got currently focused on. Let's see if we got any. So this is all based on the 2 new LPs that Torch has done. Let's see what's going out to 19 and the 01 here. Hello, 19. Kind of backed off on them a little bit. So the groove is definitely a lot wider. That's one thing I did notice. So once we get to turn 3/4 side, you can probably see. Maybe a little bit hard, I guess, to tell, I guess, from the previous thing here, but you can see it's a lot more spread out. A little more narrow. Yeah, it's definitely wider, so it goes more closer to the apron and to the outside wall, in the turns especially. Nineteen's trying to catch the old one here. I'll be doing this all week. As far as the LPs, you mean, or just working on the track in general? Air Torch. Yeah, they're definitely racing a lot closer to each other here. Ooh, 99's closing up on the 2. Can he pass him? Oh, this is a good battle right here. Kind of backed off on him a little bit. Got a nice pack running here. Ooh, 99's he's going low. Oh, that's a nice. Yeah, so there's some nice side by side. Oh yeah, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. See, this is what we've been trying to work towards, I guess, as far as to get him to pass and not stay on one line. So the fact that we've adjusted such things as the line modifier, drafting distance, and things like that, making very finite adjustments to that. Torch is taking the initiative, I guess, to adjust the outside lines of the main race groove, which has all that information for the acceleration, the braking, the steering, all that stuff. The other 2 just kind of define that groove and where they would necessarily navigate from that main race line. But we did see some passing, some clean passing at that. Good side-by-side passing there. That's pretty cool. The other thing we want to pay attention to when we go into actual race mode is to see how frequent we get frequent or early we get a caution flag as far as on initial start. That was another potential problem area witnessed from previous stream. Yeah, this is pretty cool. So the 5 was just merging onto the track, coming out of the pits. Let's go back here and see if we can... Ah, crap, where'd you go? 5, where'd you go? Yeah, we got some pretty good racing all the way around. Now, once they get really settled in, you know, when they get into their own racing groove, there, you know, you will have these packs, these lines here, until they actually start to pit and all this stuff. Is, you know, when they got fresher tires, here's another pass coming out of turn 2. 45, looking on the inside of the 25, so it was 36, 38, 36. Like, I'm gonna go with you, and guess what? I'm gonna pass you too. He's thinking about it, at least, anyway. Yeah, we got some pretty good, these are dialed in pretty good, it looks like it so far. This is all just during practice. This is all, just warm up laps, I guess, as far as prior to qualifying for the race weekend. Yeah, I think it turned out pretty good. I think you did good on that there, Torch. And this is with no further adjustment from what we've made last stream to the INI. What was really going to be the kicker, like I said, as far as that initial start. Do we get any, you know, quickie caution, I guess, as far as in the first couple of laps? If we don't get that, you know, if they tend to behave themselves on the initial starter, then really got something. All right. We're going to let, how much time we got left in this here? It's only a 5-minute thing, so we only got about another minute. I'm going to let this run out here. We're just going to pan around here just to see what else is going on. We got some solo runners here. We got Mark Martin. We got Ward Burton in the 22. These are all reminiscent of the 2003 season, when NASCAR was first released, as far as the tail end of 2002 going into 2003. So you got the likes of Rusty Wallace in the Deuce, Blue Deuce, Jerry Nadeau in the 01, John Andretti in the Net Zero, number 0. We got some cars that pitted here too. Oh, got the 25 coming out. He must have 25 pitties. They were all passing me. They're like, man, I need some new tires, man. Brian Vickers in the 25. That's the Hendrick Motorsports. Haven't heard from Brian Vickers in a while. Yeah, let's see how he emerges here. I think that is probably one thing that will probably have to be adjusted, is that merge from pit line. It's going to need to get scaled back, like I was saying. Way too close to that wall, though. Yeah. Maybe just to scale that. It wasn't too bad there. Now, keeping in mind, when you set that, that doesn't mean that's exactly where they're going to exit. There's a window, right? So you have two lines that adjust when they will actually merge. So you have the actual spot where it's the absolute maximum, and you also have the point where it's a window. So anywhere, any point behind that, in this case, as far as where that maximum line is where they'll merge. But it's that maximum line that'll probably have to get scaled back. We can probably still keep the window, you know, from that point behind, you know, from that point behind it, as far as we can keep that the same, more likely. So there's the two lines anyway. I just wanted to make a point. Oh, almost another slot, another jackpot. Missed it by one. Nobody's gotten a jackpot yet. See the 3 Kappas? Missed. Oh my goodness. That bot is. Y'all coming close, but no cigar. Alright, so let's see what else we got here. We're gonna let this run out here. Should only have. It's only a 5-minute session. We got Dale Jarrett in 88. We got some cars coming back on the pit road here. Ooh, we got some. Man, we got some really good racing there. So the 29's trying to catch the 42.
Hit the pace car! Hit the pace car! Hit the pace car! What for?
And we might be doing that here in just a minute here, yeah, so. I'm going to get a qualifying run in here. So 29's he's edging 42 on here, trying to get him past. Can he do it? And what's left in the time here? Got less than a minute, got 45 seconds. Got about another lap to try and do it. He's kind of pulling away a little bit. Nope. Oh, he's closing back up in him again. This is pretty fun to watch. I'm digging it. That 42 is just, he's got a little something for that 29. He's like, I don't think so, buddy. And the fact that these cars are rated individually, you know, based on how, as closely anyway, to how those drivers raced back during that time frame, right? So just how good of equipment they got as far as the ratings are set much that way. So the 5 looks like it must have came back out, merging back in or getting into the pack. That gave opportunity to 42 to pull away from the 29. 5 kind of got the 29s away. This is one thing that we sometimes do see. It's almost like retaliation. I've shown this on previous streams, I guess, as far as how when another car gets in the way, I guess, of like how the 5 came out in front of the 29. You see a little bit of bump and run. It may not necessarily be on the track, but sometimes in the pits. Kind of crazy. We've seen that at places like Dover, for example. I think I got a clip about that there somewhere. Yeah, you definitely got some pretty decent racing going on around here. Now, when they get kind of settled in, like I said, you know, you will have like a single file type of thing. You got the 41 trying to pass the 4, and the session's over. Okay, we're gonna get some. We're gonna get a qualifying session in here. We're gonna do a qual lap. See if we can't get this pole again. That's gonna be crazy how that happened last time. Let me go ahead and we're going to turn that off for now so we can get all the sounds that are going on in the sim itself. Alright, I want to make sure I've got my setup loaded. Okay, cool. It's a pretty decent setup. It's not by any means perfect, but it seems to have worked for us. Oh, it did it. It flip-flop. James got the 2 red guys with the sad face and oh, that's crazy. It flip-flopped on you. That's nuts. Super crazy. Alright, let's go ahead and do a qual run. Warm them tires up. Digging the transitions on these too. Some of them are already posting times. Yeah, this. How wide this groove is now, it's definitely, you can tell. Definitely tell. Especially in the turns. Covers the majority now of this EJ1, that solution that they got on the resin on this end. Really noticeable on turns 3 and 4 as far as how much wider it is. Pretty cool. We bottoming out.
He's taking now. Go get him.
One more lap. Make it count.
29.7.
Oh, I got the pole again so far. Oh, yeah, we gotta slow down. We're pushing. We're pushing. Yeah, way out of shape. There we go. We went in there way too hot. It's so easy to really set yourself off guard as far as try to go the same speed as on that end of the track as you do this end. I imagine the actual drivers have the same problem.
Check the flag.
And we still got the pole. Holy crap. How much did we beat them? Yikes. I know I'm not that good. There may need to be some... now, keeping in mind, too, I've got the opponent strength at 95. Probably if I put it at 100, they'd probably beat me. I mean, that 5% can make a big difference, too. But there may or may not need to be some adjustment to I&I to get them to be... I don't know what the actual track record is. I don't know if we've gone over that before. Has that been adjusted? I don't think... Yeah, this is definitely not... This is an old record. So... And the fact that I even beat that one, that's crazy. I'm sure that the track record has changed. So that may probably need to be adjusted. Sure. We still don't have a track diagram, I guess, as far as that still needs to be done. Just last minute touches, I guess, to things. Nothing to be worried about right now as far as to establish some functionality in the track. What was it that they do? I forgot what I was saying. I was mentioning the... what was I mentioning? As far as the track record. I know this is probably not correct. That probably needs it. So if that's what you meant by they do. Have trouble in 1 and 2? Oh, gotcha. Yeah, I did mention that too. I can see how that would probably be a problem. It's just like, you're just driving around, you're just racing, you know, racing against the other dude, and it's just like, you go so fast into one end, you go into 1 and 2, just so you want to be able to go this fast, and you can't do that. So I know some of this information here is probably still wrong. So I think turns 1 and 2 is not that steep anymore. Something tells me I think it's somewhere around 17 degrees now, right? This might still need to be adjusted. I could be wrong. I think previously they were both at the same on both ends, relatively. All right. We got our qual run in. Well, we're not going to do any practice. We're going to go right to race. Yeah. I need to do it. So yeah, that's our spot there. Now, keeping in mind too, there still hasn't been any adjustment to the starting grid on pit road. We probably need to get shifted that way. It looks like just on the D lat. The D longs could probably be fine, but I think to shift them so that they're not in the pit stall. That's about all you need. So on both lanes, we would have to adjust it so that the D-lat is more towards this direction. So the D-lat would probably have to be decreased. Because the way the D-lat works, it goes by the center line of the track, as far as the center line of the track, and that would be out here. So we would have to decrease that to get it closer to that line. That's just to give some clarity, I guess, as far as how that adjusting the D-lat. How much that would have to be adjusted, I'm not 100% sure. You'd have to go into sandbox, either use a jig or use your mouse pointer, I guess, to get where that would have to be adjusted to, and then adjust each starting position appropriately. All right, here we go. Goes nothing. Strapping them seat belts tight. 20 degrees. 24. So, okay, so that was the correct information. For some reason, I thought it was lower than that in turn 1 and 2. I guess that information is correct. Based on what you... Did I just drive? There we go.
Drivers!
There goes nothing.
Start your engines!
It is correct. All right.
Hit the pace car! Hit the pace car! Hit the pace car! What for?
Yeah, so was she had that? I bet you she had that like it was like trigger finger. Come on, go. it was just killing you. Now the fact that, as I've mentioned, the pace car does not have collision. I can drive through it, and that's.
Stay behind.
I told the story, I guess, as far as why Papyrus went that direction, because it used to be collidable prior to NASCAR Racing 2003, which was the last rendition of the sim. A lot of it had to do with because of the online racing, on mainly the Sierra lobby, as far as the Sierra server. The pace car was taking cars out, you know, as it came out onto the track, so it was adding insult to injury, I guess, as far as if there was already an accident, where the path of how the pace car would come out onto the track, for example, and it would wreck even further, I guess, as far as the cars that already got into, and even some of the cars that didn't in the wreck in the first place. So that's why they removed, part of the reason, big reason why they removed the collision from the pace car, and it was a good move.
Alright, man.
Alright,
I'll
here we
call
go.
the green there. Nice smooth shift. I'll walk
I
in
gotta
front
jump
of
it.
you.
I gotta anticipate
Go get
this.
Alright, man. Pace car's in. Get ready.
I need him to get to jump on me.
Grind.
See ya, Jimmy! Not this time. We raced against this guy before. You know what he's like. He'll try me on the outside. Later, Jimmy! I don't want to overdrive the car. I get cocky about it. I'm gonna keep him in my mirror. Rear view.
32.495.
First lap is always like a throwaway lap. It's just a warm-up lap, so it's going to be slower. Should get back into the 29s probably. Man, I got a 1 second lead on that.
They're all over the racetrack.
Uh-oh. Caution? No caution? Spotter's telling me they're all over the place, but no caution. I did have them on. I showed the,
30.1.
nope, so they must have just got out of the way. Must have got a tow truck and just got out of the way. That's good. It's not bringing out that quickie caution, as we were experiencing previously. Must have happened far enough back in the field where it didn't cause a caution. Man, this thing is so much fun to drive on. Nice and smooth too, I guess, as far as frame rates. Oh man, oh god, we're pushing. I drove into that way too high. I tried to get way more out of that than I should have. Got a one. Oh, you gained on me a little bit there. I dorked that corner. Oh my goodness, I want to go so fast in this corner. You can't do it, no. I'm probably burning up that right front tire for sure. This setup, pretty much what I got on setup-wise on this car here, it's like a one-lap wonder. It's good for one lap, and then it just chews up the tires if I continue on that same, driving it the same way. I gotta kind of baby it through here. So much slower on that end of the track, though, it's crazy. Okay, so a little over 32nd lap. Man, he goes so much slower now. I just can't get over it. It's crazy. This groove is looking really nice. If I haven't said that enough already, I mean, you can definitely tell it's wider. It's nice and feathered out on the edges.
9.610.
Really slow up there. Come on, baby. As long as I get up out of the throttle, I guess I'm not using the brake at all. I'm just getting up out of the throttle, and it just tends to coast all the way through that corner. Oh god, we pushed there a little bit. Trying to get a little too much out of it again.
29.8.
Ooh, hit a 29 there. 29-second lap. Upper 29s. Jimmy, you gonna challenge me at all? I got a 4-second lead on him now. That's crazy. This is at a 95% opponent strength too. So. The fact that probably something that's playing a factor here is the fact that the min and max race LP lines that Torch has adjusted there, it's giving him more room to race. So pairing that up with all the adjustments that we made to the I&I, it's giving him much more space, and so it's less restricted, I guess, as far as where they could possibly line modify from. You know, modify their line from. And that's probably why we're getting such more of a gap.
30.5.
Not that that's a bad thing.
9.
But you can probably increase their ability, I guess, as far as in the I&I yet, to give them a little bit more grip. Say, for example, for them to gain, you know, keep the racing a little bit tighter. But also, keeping in mind, I only got it at 95%. So I got to factor that in as well. I don't want to go too extreme on adjustments to the track I&I. If you're going to do, at this point, if you're going to do any of that, put the opponent strength at 100%. Is why I would suggest. So much lower on that end. I'm starting to catch up some of these, catching up to some lap cars. They're going to be, they don't get their butt moving. Nah, what do we got the likes of here? We got Dave Blaney in the 77. And Mike Skinner in the number 4.
29.
Back here. That car, oh, okay, we can slow down. Slow down! I want to heat the tires up too bad. Especially that right front. Yeah, this is Dave Blaney in the 77 that I'm closing in up on. Yep, he's about to go a lap down if he doesn't get moving. It's blinking green, some coming up. He must already be lapped, though.
0.5.
Check here. Oh, pushing. Pushing for the pushing. Definitely closing in on some potentially lap cars here.
Not on the lead lap. 30.75. 7.
See if you can pass him clean. Come on, Dave. Move it or lose it. Thank you.
One outside at your door. Clear.
No brake, just letting up off the front, just burping the throttle is all I'm doing. It's such a smooth track to drive on, though.
Here we go. 30.
Man, that went by fast. It was only 17 laps, but still.
7.
We are pushing so bad in this, this track. Driving like a dump truck. It's a plow right to the outside wall. Don't have that problem on this end, though. And that's only 4 degrees difference. 4 degrees of banking difference. That's crazy.
Go get it. 30.2.
4 degrees.
0.
It's only lapped 1 car so far. Closing in on Skinner and Cal Petty, 45.
Outside.
Yeah. See, he actually hit the wall there. And that could be more or less just their their rating too.
Hey! Ha! That's awesome! Ha! Good job, Yuri! Hell yeah! Hell in them days!
Might have to, it may require us to look at the. It might be out a little too far, because the fact that I just noticed the 4 car did scrape the wall there. That might be a little too far out, and that would be the min race. That would involve. I didn't necessarily see any other cars, but it also could fall into place, I guess, as far as the way that car is rated, for example. And have a high rating, and that's what caused him, I guess, to hit the wall. So the way he navigates that LP, I guess, as far as that would be the min race LP, probably justifies, I guess, as far as him hitting the wall. So I wouldn't take that one car hitting the wall if there was more of a.
Good effort.
Yeah, see, if I would have put the victory lane in there, I would have been able to go in there probably. But I didn't, so. But yeah, everything seems to run nice and smooth. Solid race there. 2 lanes. We'll be able to look at the replay now. Check out the replay. That was fun. Gotta run and pick my wife up real fast and be right back. Okay, no problem, Torch. Probably getting ready to, getting pretty close to ending here. Anyway, this is usually what I like to do, I guess, as far as to be able to show everything that's been done, you know, as far as, like, regardless if I do it or not, but at least to show what Torch has done with everything. So, let's turn right. Take a look at that from the start here. We got a really good jump on the start. That was really fun. Let's go all the way back to lap 1 and roll it back just a little more. I freaking took off. Let's roll it back to the initial start here. Alright. Ace car peels off. That function's working pretty good. I got a really good jump on this start. Yeah, so we still got the flaggers not where it would normally be, or the start finish line. We still got it. See, he was trying to catch me. He peeked on the outside there, and once I got out on the outside of 2, I just said, "Later, Tater." Yeah, they're using so much more of the track now. We did have some cars that wrecked, but it didn't bring a caution out. So they were probably the way they were rated, and probably the fact that it happened closer in the back and it didn't affect much of the other field. This is what we want, you know, that balance of not bringing out that quickie caution in the first couple of laps. That's what we were experiencing as previously. So the fact that Torch took the initiative, I guess, to widen that out, you know, as far as the min and max race without any further adjustments to the INI, that probably helped that. Because now the AI can sense or whatever the fact that they've got a lot more room to go on the track than they did previously, having the previous min and max race LPs. Kind of spread them out a little bit. Let's put this on spectator view, see how that looks. Oh, there's that wreck that we had. Let's see what happened there. See what happened there. Let's pan through. I saw the smoke. What actually took place? Oh, okay, it's going that way. I want to see who. Oh, it's a pace car. That's me. Oh, there it is. Oh, the 77, actually. That's probably why he wasn't so very fast. What happened to him? Let's see what happened. Oh, he was racing in the middle of the pack. Look at this. Some good racing here. Oh, yep, he got dumped by the 23 there. Yeah, he was on the apron, so that didn't bring out a caution. He was well enough out of the way. So, yeah. That's why the caution didn't come out. Because he was off the racing surface, so he was able to get back going on his own. And that's fair. If it's going to happen at all, that's probably the best way for that to happen. That was crazy, though. Look at how... That's some pretty good tight racing there, right through that dog leg. Let's get a better view of this here. Let's go to the 23. Take a look at that. Let's go to his view. Nope, wrong one. Let's look at this view right here. Let's see what happened. The 77. Whoa! Let's go frame by frame. So it looks like the 77 is trying to get around the 25 there. Didn't realize the 23 was there. The 23 just kind of nudged him in the back. He's like, "Hey, buddy, I'm still here." Yep. Kind of shoved him onto the apron there. It's like, "Excuse me." Just carried on. Look at how wide, look at how much of the track that they're actually using. This is great. Huge kudos, I guess, the way Torch has redone the min and max race. So just to give the clarification, so the max race would be down here. You can see that outer edge, how much more feathered it is on the groove. So the max race would be right about there, and the min race probably just on the outer fringe of DJ1 over here. So it spreads that out there, and it definitely gives the AI more to be able to sense more of the track by having that. Otherwise, having them closer in, I'm not sure exactly how much further he brought them out as compared to where they were, but it gives them more room, I guess, to be able to race on. So having incidents like that happen, it gives them room to be able to react much more efficiently. He's still trying to collect himself here. Everybody's on their. This is pretty cool. I'm digging it. You got maybe a little too much awareness, I guess, as far as getting too close to each other. Yeah, he's still stunned or whatever as far as spinning out the 77 there. I think they were anticipating a caution, but it never did come out. These guys are kind of more single file. Yeah, going back to single file here. At the 54, he's got his own little lane down here on the bottom. 74 is on the outside here. I tend to notice that, and see, this is where that race LP comes into play. You can see how they're kind of in and out of the throttle as far as using more brake, to compensate, I guess, as far as how fast they're going. That may still need to be still need some adjustment, possibly. Just possibly. Yeah, see how much they're slowing up here? They're sensing the potential accidents. This is only on the 5th lap. He's going real slow through that. He's tiptoeing through there. So you don't want to use one car either. I guess these are checks. You want to see if it's consistent, I guess, with all the cars. To see if it does either one need to have an LP adjusted. In this case, possibly the race LP, or any I&I adjustments. You don't ever want to stay focused just on one car. That's for sure. You want to gauge the entire field and see what's that, because every car is going to be rated differently. These guys are running pretty solid up here. Pretty good. Not bad. Ricky running at 21. Remember when he used to have his own team with the Tide Ride, as far as the number 10 Tide Ride. That was prior to this season, obviously, that we're experiencing here. Terry Devani, Texas Terry. So we're running this 15th position. 14th, 13th. Get up to the top 10 here. I'll spread out the air up here. The top 10 seems to be running pretty spread out. Yeah, so also what I'm observing here as I pan through these is looking where the frame rates are at. So at different levels, as far as with more cars in the view, I'm not noticing this dip incredibly low. That's something I'm keeping in mind here as I do this. Oh, So now we're back up. There's the top 5. Junior! Of course, we got Jimmy Johnson. Oh, he's in second. Oh, that's right. I was the leader. And there's me. So the 77 had that accident. He got shoved by the 23. He had a hard time, I guess, getting back into rhythm there. Yeah, the frame rates are staying pretty solid, even going through these different areas. So we got a lot more cars in the view. It's not dropping probably much more than 20 frames. It's pretty solid. It's not ridiculously low. Cool. Let's go back to let's go to helicopter view for the heck of it. So I was mentioning in Sandbox as far as like how high that camera would be for the helicopter, and how I was looking at the front stretch decals that we're observing there. So now you can get a sense of how that looks, I guess, as far as from the actual helicopter view. I mean, it's up there. It gives you some sense of scale of how small the car looks on the track now, I guess, from that level. This gives you an idea, I guess, how all those decals look through going through that area. Don't see any clipping of those flanking, you know, as far as the O'Reilly logos on pit entrance and exit, for example. This is why you always want to test things in the sim itself. Don't always go by what you're seeing in Sandbox. Something else I did want to look at, so once we get done with this session here, I want to go into testing and actually look at what I haven't looked over. I'm sure Torch has done a pretty good job at it, but just to verify how the safer foam actually is playing nice, I guess, with the geometric wall. I want to see how that's going. So I'm gonna take a look at that next. Once we get out of here, that'll be we'll be able to actually check this from the sim. All right, let's go to right side, left side. Let's check that out too. You can see all the action going on the billboard or the video screen in the back stretch. Well, that's working good. Bumper cam. See what it looks like on the bumper cam. Pretty good. And again, if you go back this way, you can see that watch the frame rates in that way too. So depending on which view you're in, it's going to give you a different amount of drop, I guess, as far as the frame rates, because it has to load more information. So more of the track texture, you know, the detail of the track texture, as well as all the signage and whatever that's on the walls, billboards, all that good stuff. The other thing I want to test too, and I can do that in the in testing mode as well, as far as try out that the flanks of that. I think I'm gonna go ahead and do that. I keep mentioning all this stuff, and I actually want to try them out. I think we've seen enough of that. That's turned out pretty good. Let's go ahead and get out of the car. We won that fair and square, and we Matt Kenseth actually got around Johnson there. Crazy. 7-second lead though, that's crazy. Bikes. Okay, let's go done. We don't have a track windscreen, so that's why it'll just spit out there. If we had a track windscreen, you know, it would show the car, I guess, in victory lane, all that stuff, as far as how we set that up there. We don't have that just as yet. But what I want to do is go into testing, and we're gonna do some looking around of how the foam actually is. I want to get in this view. Starters. This is something going all the way back to when I first got the track from it. I haven't really taken this initiative, I guess, as up until now. So what I want to take a look at is how this foam, got any gaps in the foam, for example. Might be better if I did it different. So far I'm not seeing any. What I'm looking at is to see how much gap there is with the back side of the foam between the concrete wall and the steel, as far as up against the blue and the red. So far I'm not seeing anything. You would never know as we look at this as far as what is the geometric wall and what is a modeled wall. That being the foam in this case, part of the track. Now all on the inside there, as I already mentioned previously, that's all modeled. It does have the geometric W section there, I guess, to encompass the collision. That is what the W section for a wall. But all that on the interior wall, that's all modeled. So being able to look at both of these from the outside wall that I'm checking out here, a little bit slower, and the inside wall, you'd never know what was the difference. Alright, so I'm going to check out, so particularly in the turns is usually where you can see the biggest area of where it might be a problem, as far as gaps in between the back side of the foam and the front side of the foam. That's why I wanted to look at particularly the turns here. As that elevation changes, as far as the banking changes, there's a lot of adjustment that needs to be made from the 3D Max side of things to get that pivot correct and so on. And sometimes does require, I guess, to change the geometric walls that are on both the front and the back side of the foam, which is a 3D model, right? Sometimes you have to do that. And I imagine Torch has already taken that initiative. I'm not seeing any gaps in this whatsoever. It's a painstaking process, but hey, something I'm noticing here. Let me back up here real quick. Is there some shading on this that I'm not? Yeah, these pieces of foam here and around here seem to be darker. You guys seeing that? Point this out here. So right from this point, see that piece of foam? See how much darker those are? I don't know if he's got shading on that. Interesting. I'll have to take a look at that in Sandbox too to see if that's just something with this being in the simulation itself. Still no gaps. Oh, looks like Torch got back. Yeah, Torch, I don't know if you caught that or whatever. It seems like on that one section of foam that's in the coming out of turn 3, going into now 4, there seems to be some shading on those blocks. So I'm assuming this all uses the same texture for the foam, right? But I don't know if there's a light map on that for some reason. I'm going to take a look at that in Sandbox too. Yeah, so no gaps. I'm not seeing any between these two geometric walls. And I'm looking like for a significant gap. Something that's very noticeable and very obvious. Right. Possible lighting? Yeah, I don't know. That's what I'm not sure. I want to take a look at that when I get back in Sandbox here. So the other thing I want to try out here. Yeah, this is doing pretty good. I want to try out this. So you can, if you still got it set up the same way. I didn't look at that before I came in here, but you still got this set up as asphalt. So if this here, you should be able to use this track here, right? Let's see if this works. We'll be able to do laps anyway. It'll do lap times. So you can actually do laps on this. I don't have the setup for it, but oh yeah, I definitely don't have the setup for it. But so you can, if you have the setup, or you can actually do laps here. Oh god. Yeah, see, this is still all asphalt through here, so it definitely has that grip level for asphalt. It's not grass, so it's not going to be super slippery. Goodness. It's only doing that because I've got it in first gear and I'm trying to mat the gas, and that's not. Oh, I lost second gear. Let's keep it in third. Yeah, so if I had a better setup on this as far as my steering ratio and all that, I could actually do laps around this thing. I don't know why it's not posting laps though. It should be posting laps, lap times. What the heck? Should be anyway. That's interesting. I wonder why it is not posting lap times. Okay, let me try to do a normal lap. Is our flagger guy in here? Let me see. He should be. Or flagger guy is not in here. What? That might be an issue. Yeah, because even in testing mode, he should be out here. He'll stand there, right? But he doesn't. Interesting. Go to testing mode, did I not? Let's get out. Interesting. Here, let me redo the session here. I'll go back out of this real quick. Yep, mode. Let's, under settings. Options. 2x, clear, realistic. Okay. Try that again. Should be, yeah, it should definitely be posting lap times. I wonder why though. Alright. Let's do one solid lap and then we'll try that thing there again. Gets as far as going on the 8th mile on the front stretch. Let's get one lap in here so we can get a lap time. Let's get a lap time. Ooh, push there a little bit. I'll have to actually look in the the other menu to see if it is actually posting. It should show my lap times though. They're open in the standings. It should. Oh god, it do be pushing something out of that corner. There it goes. Alright. So I just want to make sure that works. Now I want to check it with that short track there. Yeah, so that is working. Just wanted to make sure. Might be a little bit more of an issue that should have the flagger standing there. I can just
32.10.
Yeah, if I had a better setup here, I could take these turns a little tighter. Yeah, I got a new session here, so I got my second gear back. Sweet. Another good reason to start that over again. So we should be able to do lap times this way too. Laps. Not gonna do it? Oh, come on now. Ah, nuts, it ain't gonna do it. So it might be because of the orientation of where the center line is. If it's, can't remember if it's center oriented to the turns. It might be just, because that's basically the whole driving force, the heart of what makes the track what it is. So if I'm veering too much off of that, I'm not going too far away from the, you know, as far as to do an actual lap. There's other lines in the INI, for example, that do determine it. So it might just come down to, if you want to actually use that, you have to adjust those in the INI. Yeah, it's not going to register it. Okay. Nuts. I know we had it at one point, I guess, in the 15 build, I guess, to be able to do that, but it kind of gives you an idea. So whether or not you wanted to actually have that usable, the transitions to it are pretty cool. So it could definitely probably be used as an actual 8th mile track. You just have to adjust those lines in the INI, I guess, to be able to have it do that as well. not too hard. Yeah, so I think I checked everything that I wanted to do in there. I had a lot of fun. I don't know about you folks, but I had quite a bit of fun, and I hope you guys did the same. Lots have happened, even in that little bit of time frame, I guess, as far as between last time we were able to check the track out. Still plenty to do yet, for sure. Still lots to come, I guess, as far as what's going on with the track. So, yeah. The one thing I did want to look at here before, so those pieces of foam there that are in that turn 3 area, I guess, as far by those billboards. I want to take a look at that over at. What's oh, there you go, you did get it. Yeah, Racer James, you weren't aware of it. The chatbot commands don't work anymore. Yeah, those. Yeah, for some reason Streamlabs got kind of dumb with that. So all of those are now that were in the chatbot, as far as the sound redemptions, are now in the sound panel, which still seem to be offline, when I was last told, and also in the channel point redemptions. Just to kind of clarify. Oh, another one. Same one right in a row. Holy crap. Now, granted, that's the low-end jackpot. That's the low-end jackpot, but still, that's crazy. You both got the same one. Back to back. That's nuts. Oh, you almost got the... You're trying. Scolded and got nothing. Torch got the same. Hey, now it's doing duplicates. Now, that's nuts. I was doing that. Yeah, so tried to scold, got nothing. Y'all getting nothing on the scold. But it is being stingy, isn't it? Okay, so anyway, while you guys are all playing around with that, I'm gonna go and check out how it's going in Sandbox here with the that bit of foam over in the turn 3-4 side, next to that set of billboards right there, and see what's going on here. Because the fact that it is a model, it shouldn't be taking on a light map. Yeah, so you can definitely see it in here too. See, like, oh, wrong one. I gotta move this over again. Second, give me a second. It's over. Son of a biscuit, these cables. Gotta adjust these freaky cables. What's going on here? Alright, you go that way. There you go. Okay, that's better. Yeah, so what I can definitely see that. Can you all see that as far as what I was talking about there? So this shading that's on that part. Oh, my bad, I don't have it. Helps if I switch over the screen, huh? Yeah, let me do that. There we go. So, yeah, there's some definitive shading that's on these pieces of foam. I don't know if that's I want to take a look at that and see what's going on. Is that a let's go into 3D object view, backside object view, object placement. There we go. And let's take a look at what's going on with that. Second, it's you can definitely tell that it's like got some shading or something going on with it. Oh wow! Now the bot's just screwing you out. It's like, you know what? I'm done with you. All right, let's take a closer look at that. So right in this area. And what I can do is, as a point of reference, go to the camera view. So it's kind of like right in front of where the interstate one is here. See that from the top though. So it's kind of just after this first billboard in that section there. Alright, let's see if we can find that here. So go back this way. So right about in here. I'm not going to be able to select it that way. So what I wanted to do is actually find that block of styrofoam. So these are in section. These styrofoams are in sections. Right, it's not all one piece. And I wanted to see if I could kind of see styro outer. Where are we at? Torch, you could probably, yeah. So I can already see this is number 33, so it's probably going to be back behind that. In this direction? Yeah, there we go. 30. So it looks like section 30 of that seems to be. So in this section of foam right here seems to have that shading on it. What looks to be shading anyway. You can very much tell. You can tell it doesn't have as much on that one. So I don't know if the way that was done, the way the texturing of that particular set there might have gotten goofed up. I'm just wondering. Yeah, it shouldn't have, but what I'm wondering is when you did the array for it, possibly, or when you broke it up, it might have stepped on how the texture was actually applied to this group of foam. And it seems to be, you know, just to kind of reiterate, it's the Styro Outer 30. Number 30 here, just for clarity. It seems to only be on that section. Because beyond that, it seems to be fine. See how it goes back to not being as dark. So that's something you might want to take a look at that one to see if that needs to be recreated. Very noticeable though. You can definitely see the differences between how much lighter this is and how much darker. And only that that chunk of blocks. If I pan that out, it starts from here, which is the start of that block, all the way to the end of that block. I don't think that was intended, but might be something to. Oh, you got Max open? That's even better. What I'm thinking, what would probably need to happen. And this is sometimes what's happened. So if you created that in one string and you cut that up based on whatever method you use, I guess to slice it up, that's probably what it stepped on it. Whatever process that you use. And this is what I've tried to show before, all in how you either collapse or not uncollapse things. So like if you had that in one string, as far as like 30 pieces of foam or however many is in there, you know, like if you collapsed it down, it might have stepped on how the texture was applied. Just for an example, and then just might have to redo it, I guess, as far so it doesn't. I mean, you can still see the lines on there, but you can see the differences though. It's very clearly. That's the only one I noticed. You know, going around like I did as far as to notice that. I don't think there's any more, like say on the other end, for example, that does that. So let's go on this end here and go check it out. Yeah, we got the better part of 4 hours. It's been a very productive, so we got a little bit of race time in there. We went all over quite a bit of information as far as what's been done with the track. Some pretty wholesale, what I would consider to be some wholesale changes to the track have been made to make it that much more. At this point, I do feel that there might need to be some adjustment now. Oh, there's some texture miscuing here on this wall, on the top wall. Yep, all the way through this here. Yep. So probably once you get into the point of doing applying all the logos to the walls and stuff like that, you can take care of that type of stuff. That's a good time to do that. But as I come over to this end of the track, so the fact that there's a gap, this is what I was looking at. I wanted to see how much gap was left as I checked it in the sim. This is the difference between checking out how it actually looks in the sim in comparison to what's in geometry in Sandbox here. You don't want to go by what's going on here. You want to check to see how it is in the sim, and if there is the same amount of gap there, chances are you'll be able to tuck that in more. And that's the same thing that goes throughout the track. So you need to look and see how much of a gap there is or isn't, and then adjust that geometric wall, I guess, accordingly to make sure that it has the proper amount of distance between the back side and the front side of the foam. In this case being the point and the wide and the narrow part of the foam. There's definitely some texture miscuing on the top half of that wall, at least anyway. Yep, some on the back side here too. So yeah, that's something, like I said, once you get to the point of applying the textures around on the safer, to go through that. That's just those fine tune. It doesn't change at all, I guess, as far as the optimization. It just got some the UVs are checked in properly is all, making that texture misscaled and misskewed. Right, I want to check where these billboards are at. Check all the way through this actually to see. That's the only place that I saw. And that's pretty good considering you only have that one segment of foam that has that issue. The rest of them seem pretty good from what I'm looking at. Yep, so far these still look pretty good. Definitely some texture miscuing on. So probably what happened was when you applied the texture to this concrete wall, kind of did that copy forward and back or whatever. And if it started off that way as far as miscued, it just carried over all the way through it. So you can probably on this one here, it'd be pretty simple to go through that same process again. Start from like the start finish line, go all the way around, and just do a copy forward once you set the skewing properly on it, anyway, at least anyway, because there really isn't any you know, logos and stuff that go on the concrete wall, and that's the only one that I'm noticing that it seems to be misskewed all the way around it. So you can see there's misskewing on this side, the top, and the back side. That's a pretty easy fix though. It would just take the time, like I said, go around and do that. Copy properties forward and all that good stuff. Yeah, I'm still not seeing that same shading effect, I guess, applied on these blocks. Oh, pretty good. I can slow this camera down too. Do that. Yeah, slow it up just a little bit. There we go. Plus or minus on the numpad if you got that. Slow that speed of the camera down. Right. No, and that's totally understandable. So this one here actually looks good. This is the way the wall should look. Yep. The skewing on this part of it here looks definitely the way it should be as far as the top, that side, and the back side. Yep. That's the way it should look. Right there. Yep. Q. Alright. Yeah, so going... These are modeled here, as far as the foam, and so is this. Yeah, the fact that you can't really tell the difference between this being a non-geometric wall at all between these two, that's freaking insane. Damn, that's just crazy. It's amazing where we come through. So I'm gonna go all the way back around here again, back to where that same area was. Yeah, looking like that's the only one that needs to be adjusted though, what I'm seeing. Again, just to reiterate. And that's pretty good considering that there's several different, you know, segments of blocks, of these foam blocks. Yep, here's another gap in here. And again, just like the other area that I was showing you, you don't want to go by how it's presenting here in Sandbox. You want to, this is what I was looking at in the sim itself to see how much of a gap there was there. The way the track gets rendered in the sim in comparison to Sandbox are a little bit different because it does breathe. Use that term loosely. That's why you don't want to 100% go by what's going on in Sandbox's comparison. Man, the bot's like, nope, you all got your back-to-back slots there. I'm done. That's what it's that's what it's telling you at this point. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so we're right back to where we started here, and that's the only area that I'm noticing needs that adjustment to the model. Yeah, big gaps in here. Yep. But the fact that I didn't see any of this in the sim. That's cool. That's probably the one biggest thing that's still kind of a pain in the butt with the process of applying the 3D Safer 2 TrackSprinter 2003 is there's a lot of adjustment to not only the side-to-side gap between the front and the back of the foam, but also the up and down. So we don't want the foam, for example, we want it to be tucked underneath the we don't want it to be level or protruding above either the geometric steel or the concrete, for example. You want it to have a lip, as far as a little bit of a rise to above the actual foam blocks. That's can sometimes, especially in these turns where they've got a pretty decent amount of banking, that's where they tend to have a problem. That's 24 degrees of banking right there. You wouldn't know it driving around it. When you get down here to ground level here, how much banking's on that? That's 24 degrees. Crazy amount of banking. Super fast in this corner too. You can go so fast, as you all seen, I guess, as far as being able to test it in the sim. Alright. Well, I know, Torch, you've got a little bit of homework to do, I guess, to say the least. I guess as far as to adjust those things that I had recommended, to include that set of foam blocks. Just the one, that's pretty good. Also, some adjustments to this, potentially, as well as that apron piece. Just to kind of summarize everything that I did gone over. You had already mentioned about you're still in the progress and process, I guess it was the same thing, to finish up the backstretch stands. Now granted, there's no seating there, but there are visible stands there, and that's going to fill in that backstretch area. The fact that this is drivable, I think that's still cool, even though it wasn't giving me lap times. Where is that center line at? That's the other thing I wanted to look at here. I was mentioning that. So it's going to really depend on where that center line is for the track. That's going to... Yep, so it's a little bit off-center. So it's not true center, so it's a little bit closer to the outside wall than anything. Not that that's a bad thing, but that's going to affect, I guess, as far as how... So the fact that when I was doing the laps around the track, I was staying on this side of the center line for the most part. The sim won't register if you're not, how do I want to put that? So it has a lot to do with that 6 meters. So the fact that there's not enough buffer from where this center line, if it was more towards the center, like closer this way, it would probably register it more. But the fact that it is where it is, it's probably not going to register it as much. So in order to make this work, I guess as far as for this inner track here, you would probably have to have a separate INI to take note of where, as far as the center line of the track is. Wouldn't be hard to do. It just would need that separate INI, I guess. I think it's cool that, even with the setup that I had on it there, the fact that you can go around that's pretty cool. Pretty gosh darn cool. You're almost finished with them. As far as what, that foam? You're already working on it? I know you said you had Max open, but he's on it, doggone it. Yeah, that should probably be a pretty easy fix as far as like if you've got it already broke down in your scene for the foam. The approach that I usually take with the foam, I'm not sure which approach you take there, Torch, but what I do is I have one scene where it has all the foam in one piece, and then what I do is go basically one at a time as far as to put them in, like in, whatever it works out, I guess, as far as I'll look and see how many there is in total as far as the whole piece, and then kind of divide that into like 4. I guess usually it comes to be a nice round number, and then to see how many segments that I would have based on that division of 4, and then now for a mile and a half, it usually comes out to be probably about what you've got. You got somewhere around 39 or 40 different segments. If I was looking at that right, let's go back into... Yeah, let's go back here. I can look at it a couple different ways. Let's look at it this way. So the styro blocks, the way you've got those named in here, really nice. So you've got... What's it end up being? So that's the outer. So yeah, you got like 41. 41, and that's about right for a mile and a half track. They have, you know, it's just going back to some of the other tracks that have done the Safer 4 and that same concept. That's about what it comes out to, and that equates to having a roughly 30 to 31 pieces of foam per segment. So timesing that all together, as far as multiplying all out, you probably got pretty close to 1,600 individual pieces of foam. You can justify or collaborate, justify, and all that good stuff on that, or what you got there in totality there, Torch. That's what I remember, I guess, as far as working on mile and a 1.5 mile cookie cutter tracks, as they call them. Oh, the back grandstands. Okay, cool. So yeah, you probably got a bunch of stuff going on. So you got the back grandstands to finish. Potentially that number 30 styrofoam block section. I'm gonna take a closer look now that I say that. I know I mentioned it earlier, but I want to really look to see what would be the best option for this here. To tuck that in. I don't know if it would be just the texture of that, of these objects, or just to tuck that F section in. I'll probably leave it up to you, I guess, to come up with a solution for that, because it's nice and tucked in over here, just not quite as much over here. But potentially what I would do is just tuck this in here. I might have to move, yep, I'd have to unlock the geometry because it has an X section in there. That's a little bit of a summary there. So if we unlock, click outside the track, go to this interior, and then I can just move that in. This is just for me to play around with, this to kind of give you know, a sense of what would probably have to happen. So this is one option, not the only option, but is an option. That's the end of the segment. Oh, it's over here. That's why. Yeah. So the fact that that's such a bigger segment, I'd almost probably look at to see if I can adjust the actual object for this road, so I wouldn't have to mess around with that, the integrity of this of these two F sections here that make up this line. I would probably focus more on how this object for the apron piece and or this road piece does, because this over here looks fine. On this end, as far as on the trailing edge of the start-finish line, this over here looks good. It's nice and tucked underneath. It's just over here, just that there. So from here up to the start-finish line, and then over here tends to, okay. So I see what is happening here now. So it tends to taper more than I thought. So I guess it really comes down to, do you want that white line to be on this trailing edge of this apron piece, I guess? Because it's really tucked in on this end in comparison to the other end. Yeah, see how much it tapers? So yeah. Yep, that's something that would have to be looked at, but I got to take a look at a little bit closer, at least anyway. You had 1,353. Oh, that's a little bit lesser than I figured. That's just for the outside. Take adjust the model. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. Yeah, it shouldn't be like that. Okay, cool. Well, and like I said, you are the master, I guess, of this track build, and so far as most of the adjustments that have needed to be made are very minor and very much, you know, adjustable, I guess, for lack of a better way to put it. It's nothing that's too detrimental that's going to be like, oh, we got to start all over. Sometimes that happens. I know we did a couple times. I think 3 or 4 times they had to start over because of not having the LiDAR scale properly and the ground plane, all this good stuff. That was a little bit of a struggle, I guess, right off the get-go, but it's better to take care of that right off the get-go so that as you place all these things as you are at this point, you won't be kicking yourself and be like, why didn't I fix that in the first place? So you basically saved yourself some grief. Torch deserves all the credit, to be honest. There, it's like I haven't done anything but just critique, I guess, as far as what's in here. Just to be fair, I mean, I haven't done anything. But the fact that what we mentioned to him, either myself, Racer James, I'm sure, any insight that he's gotten as far as, you know, what direction, I guess, to go with, how the build should look, you know, he's taking that seriously. That's what you want to do. Instead of just being like, nope, I'm going to do what I want to do, and not take, you know, take any feedback, input or feedback, I guess, as far as from anybody that might potentially use it. I am out of libations. That's telling me something. So that's got to be a better part of 4 hours here. I think we've gone over quite a bit of information here. I had fun. I hope everybody else did. I felt a little good, I guess, to be able to do stream here on Monday of all days. I'm gonna look here for a potential raid target. I want to send you all off in style. I appreciate everybody did stop by here. We had Racer James came in with that resub, as well as Yasso. I appreciate that. Thank you for all that support. We had some other people that came in here earlier that we haven't seen in a hot minute. I appreciate those that did stop by. Once I do find a potential raid target, let me switch this on over here real quick. Give me just a moment. I'm starting to get hungry too, so the fact that I am out of hydration here, that's a pretty good queue spot. We're gonna bring this to it. Now I should be just to kind of let y'all know, I guess, as far as how the schedule's going. For this week, I should be streaming for tomorrow. We'll do some trucking. I'm going to continue that trend, I guess, as far as, even though we know DC Sparks, we did that last stream of his, I guess, last week on Thursday. I'll probably continue to do, even if it does end up being just some single player. Oh, Torch was feeling it this time. Now he's like, hey, I want a piece of that action. Torch coming in with the resub there. How long has that been now? 21. I know it's been longer than that. It's much the same as 23 months. I read that wrong. My bad. 23 months. So you're like the divisible by 9 as far as the transposed, I guess, of James. That's crazy. And you're another one there, Torch. You've been. I know you've definitely been supporting the channel way longer than that. But as far as from the recorded subs, anyway, it's definitely been that. So that's 3 renewed subs as far as by Yasso, Torch, and also Racer James. Appreciate that very much. So you guys are great. It allows me to continue what I like to do. Is that's just it makes it that much more enjoyable that there's that much support by those. Not 100% required or even an obligation, but I do appreciate it that you guys do. Yasso checking her fluid. She's got, what do you got? Almost 40 hours in. You almost got a full week in there, Yasso. GG's. Appreciate all that time. Racer James getting his last minute slots and shots so far. I'm not doing too good, I guess, with finding it. Twitch is being twitchy. I kind of did that earlier. I'm trying to get this refreshed up here so I can find us a potential raid target. Bear with me. Okay. Holy crap, what the heck's going on there? I think I know where I want to send you guys. We haven't rated him in a hot minute. He's currently playing some Grand Theft Auto, and I think he's got the Chaos mod going under. So, interactive gameplay, I guess, as far as on the, yeah, you'll be able to throw some chaos at him. That's gonna be crazy. I think you guys will enjoy him. We've rated him before. We haven't done it in a hot minute, and hope you'll join in on the raid. And if you can't or need to leave, that's 100% understandable too. Again, I do very much appreciate everybody that did stick around, stop by, subs, resubs. There's some people we didn't see for a hot minute, like I mentioned, and we'll be seeing you again tomorrow for some trucking. I don't know if I'll be doing some solo play. I may do some Wednesday. I was continue that thought, I guess, as far as for the stream week. I should be doing some breakfast on Wednesday, trucking for tomorrow. I don't know yet. I'm not 100% sure about Friday. Saturday we should be continuing, I guess, back on schedule, I guess, with Spline Design Studios Saturday. More than likely be going over whatever we do have new for the track build for Texas for NASCAR Racing 2003. So if any of that, if some of you are just lurking in the stream and want to make sure you get all the notifications for what's happening on the channel, be sure to hit that follow button, get those notifications. Look at all that was going on, all those new VIPs to the to that as a Fern Dog, the new follower there. Appreciate all that. You guys are fantastic. We can continue this. I just want to get the raid set up here. Give me a second. Bear with me. I can never get it to work with the chat command for some reason, so terrible. I do appreciate everybody's patience, that's for sure. If I don't see you again for the rest of the stream week, I hope you have a fantastic rest of your week, your weekend, and hope to see you again real soon. Go ahead and make sure you spam whatever emotes you got if you got the sub to the channel. If you're sub to the channel, use those emotes. I do have some commands in here. Let me see if I can put those out there. I always forget to put these out there sometimes. Oh, hold on. Helps if I type it right, huh? Yeah. So for those that... Oh, goodness. Come on now. Ah! I don't know if they're not working or whatever. Anyway, we'll see you guys again real soon. Just spam whatever emotes that you got when we go over there. I'm going to put the link into the chat just to let you know, I guess, as far as where you're at. We'll see you again soon. Bye for now.